out in front by a length. Marion is second by a Fancy is third by a next. Beanbag is fourth by a length. Crompton, Tradewind, and Herman. Into the stretch is Blue Goose by a length. Marion is second out by a neck. And here comes Beanbag coming up fast on the outside. He's out in front by 2 lengths. They're coming down to the wire. It's Beanbag by 2 lengths. Blue Goose is
Well, John, you finally got me here.
I got tied up in traffic.
Well, the folks from box 62. I'm going to make some bets in the next race. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay.
The horses are now coming out of the paddock.
Hello, Grace. Sorry I'm late. Parking trouble and confusion.
Where are the girls?
Oh, they didn't come.
Oh, I'd like you to know Harriet and Larry Crane, John Hewitt.
Oh, Ralph's friends from Chicago. Mrs. Crane.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Ralph was telling us this is your first visit to a racetrack.
Yes, that's right. It's my first fling.
Ralph will be back in a few minutes. He's our betting commissioner.
Yes, I saw him. He told me where you were. I never saw so many people rushing and crowding.
Opening day is always that way.
Why didn't Diane and Nancy come along?
Oh, their car practically fell apart this morning. Old age, I guess. They're trying to get it back on its feet by Monday.
How old are your girls, Mr. Hewitt?
Diane is 18 and Nancy's 17.
Don't get John started on his daughters. He'll never stop.
Hey, Larry, bingo to win. That was yours. Oh, thanks, John. And here, dear, catwalk to show. And I'm playing the favorite, Roustabout, on the nose.
You've got $2 on my bet, Harriet.
I don't want it. I still like Danny's Cutaway.
That horse has never been in the money. He's only in for the ride.
I only wanted you to bet $2 for me.
I'd be throwing money away.
Horses are approaching.
Is there any special reason why you like that horse, Mrs. Crane?
It's the same initial as our daughter Dorothy. D.C. Danny's Cutaway, Dorothy Crane.
There ought to be a law, Hewitt. Look, if Danny's Cutaway runs 1, 2, 3, or even 4th, I'll eat the horse.
Well, you've eaten a good many horses.
What horse are you betting on, John?
Me? Bet on a horse? You think I'm crazy?
The flag
You mean you're just going to watch the races and not make a bet?
Why, is there a law against that?
They're all bound running. Out of the gate, Spangler is in front. Kilt is second. The Dutchman is third. Bingo is fourth. Adlon is fifth. Danny's Cutaway is sixth.
Where's Catwalk?
Roustabout and Catwalk.
Roustabout got away
Running for home, Kilt is leading by 2 lengths. The Dutchman is second by a half a length. Bingo is third by a half a length.
Can you hear me okay?
Roustabout is fourth.
Look at that horse move!
Testing,
Spangler
testing.
is fifth. Danny's Cutaway is sixth. Catwalk and Adlon.
There's Danny's
It is
Cutaway
it.
is nowhere.
In the stretch, Bingo is taking
Oh.
the lead.
Alright, it's just really laggy.
Roustabout is third. Kilt is fourth. Danny's Cutaway is fifth.
Alright, that's fine. Okay, cool.
Driving all along. It's a driving finish.
I was right up there.
Who's that horse on the rail? Who won it?
They all look alike to me.
Number 7. Danny's Cutaway?
I knew it! I knew it!
And I was third.
Why, that horse will pay over $30.
I don't get it. Railbird Riley didn't give that horse a chance.
Yeah.
Neither did Easy Money Matthews.
He always does that to me.
All right, I'll give you the $30.
No, I'd rather have you eat the horse.
Well, John, you've seen your first horse race. What do you think of it?
Well, it seems to me they're only trying to prove that one horse can run faster than another. Everybody knows that.
Come on, I have to place a bet on the next race.
Is out in front by a length. Barry in a second by a fancy is third by a neck. Beanbag is fourth by a length. Crompton, Tradewind, and Herman. Into the stretch is Blue Goose by a length. Barry in a second out by a neck. And here comes Beanbag coming up fast on the outside. He's out in front by 2 lengths. They're coming down the wire. It's Beanbag by 2 lengths. Blue Goose is second.
Well, John, you finally got here.
Yeah, I got tied up in traffic.
Well, the folks from box 62. I'm going to make some bets in the next race. I'll see you in a minute.
Okay.
The horses are now coming out of the paddock.
Hello, Grace. Sorry I'm late. Parking trouble and confusion.
Where are the girls?
Oh, they didn't come.
Oh, I'd like you to know Harriet and Larry Crane, John Hewitt.
Oh, Ralph's friends from Chicago.
How do you
Mrs.
do,
Crane.
Mr.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
Ralph was telling us this is your first visit to a racetrack.
Yes, that's right. It's my first fling.
Ralph will be back in a few minutes. He's our betting commissioner.
Yes, I saw him. He told me where you were. I never saw so many people rushing and crowding.
Opening day is always that way.
Why didn't Diane and Nancy come along?
Oh, their car practically fell apart this morning. Old age, I guess. They're trying to get it back on its feet by Monday.
How old are your girls, Mr. Hewitt?
Diane is 18 and Nancy's 17.
Don't get John started on his daughters. He'll never stop.
Hey, Larry, bingo to win. That was yours. Oh, thanks, John. And here, dear, catwalk to show. And I'm playing the favorite, Roustabout, on the nose.
You've got $2 on my bet, Harriet.
I don't want it. I still like Danny's Cutaway.
That horse has never been in the money. He's only in for the ride.
I only wanted you to bet $2 for me.
I'd be throwing money away.
Horses are approaching.
Is there any
the
special
starting
reason
gate.
why you like that horse, Mrs. Crane?
It's the same initial as our daughter Dorothy. D.C. Danny's Cutaway, Dorothy Crane.
There ought to be a law, Hewitt. Look, if Danny's Cutaway runs 1, 2, 3, or even 4th, I'll eat the horse.
Well, you've eaten a good many horses.
What horse are you betting on, John?
Me? Bet on a horse? You think I'm crazy?
The flag
You mean
is
you're
up.
just going to watch the races and not make a bet?
Why, is there a law against that?
They're off and running. Out of the gate, Spangler is in front. Kilt is second. The Dutchman is third. Bingo is fourth. Adlon is fifth. Danny's Cutaway is sixth.
Catwalk.
Roustabout and Catwalk.
Roustabout that way,
Ready for home. Kilt is leading by 2 lengths. The Dutchman is second by a half a length. Bingo is third by a half a length. Roustabout is fourth.
Look at that horse move!
Where's Danny's Cutaway?
Spangler is fifth. Danny's Cutaway is sixth. Catwalk and Adlon.
Here's Danny's Cutaway is nowhere.
Oh, shut up.
In the stretch, Bingo is taking the lead.
That's my bingo,
Dutchman is
baby!
second. Roustabout is third. Kilt is fourth.
Catwalk.
Danny's Cutaway is fifth.
Come on, Jimmy's
Catwalk,
Cutaway.
Spangler,
I
and
mean
Adlon.
Danny's.
And now they're driving home. They're all along. It's the driving finish.
Who's that horse on the rail? Who won it?
They all look alike to me.
Number 7. Danny's Cutaway?
I knew it. I knew it.
And I was third.
Why, that horse will pay over $30.
I don't get it. Railbird Riley didn't give that horse a chance. Neither did Easy Money Matthews.
He always does that to me.
All right, I'll give you the $30.
No, I'd rather have you eat the horse.
Well, John, you've seen your first horse race. What do you think of it?
Well, it seems to me they're only trying to prove that one horse can run faster than another. Everybody knows that.
Come on, I have to place a bet on the next race.
Hello, John. Hi, George. Oh, I want you to meet Ralph Shepard. This is my brother-in-law, George. Ralph. How do you do?
Let's have a look
Hey, your
at
brother-in-law?
God.
John was married to my sister who died 8 years ago. I don't know what that makes him now, but we still call each other brother-in-law.
Well, won't you join us? We have an extra seat in our box.
Thanks, no, I can't. Some people are waiting for me. But, John, I've got some pretty good information on Argosy in the 5th race coming up. He's 5-1. Argosy?
Argosy? That's with Eddie Osborne up. He's one of the best jockeys in the country.
He is? And, John, I happen to know that Osborne is betting on that horse. You do?
Really?
You can use your own judgment. I've got to run. Can't even stay for the big race. I have an appointment in town at 5 o'clock. Bye, John. See you later, Mr. Shepard.
Yeah.
So long.
Hey, who was that?
Huh? Oh, John's brother-in-law with a tip on Argosy.
Argosy. That's the horse I like. He's good on any kind of a track. I won a big bet on him last year on the slop.
Slop?
Sure, mud, sloppy going.
Well, Argosy's my bet. How about you, John?
Well,
Oh, no, I'm afraid not.
Hey, you're an iron man, Hewitt. Sitting through 3 races and not making a bet.
Why, John, you gotta bet a few dollars when you get a hot tip like that.
I do?
Yeah.
Well, certainly.
Well, all right. Show me where I can get a $2 ticket.
All right.
Nearing the wire, it's Argosy out in front by a length and a half. Capricorn is second, and it's Argosy by 2 lengths. Capricorn is second, and Terry Carroll is third.
I told you so, John. Beginner's luck.
That's the first money I ever won.
That we all collect.
Val, how much do I win?
Oh, a little over $10. I'll collect close to 200.
200?
Yeah.
He repeated that race at Bowie. Took the lead and wasn't headed.
Why, how do you know that?
Well, there it is. These little figures indicate how many lengths he was out in front.
What do those little figures mean?
Those are the jockey's weights, and those are the post positions.
What does that HY mean?
That's heavy. MY is mud, and SL is slow.
Very interesting.
Say, I have an idea. After the races, let's all have dinner here with me.
Don't count on me, Ralph. Dee and Nancy will be waiting for me.
Oh, John, you're like an old lady with those girls. They've outgrown their pigtails. They're young ladies now.
Oh, Ralph is right. Come along, John. You can telephone the girls later.
Yeah, come on, John.
Huh?
Well, all right, all right.
No, I'm going to follow Osborne in the big race. He's riding a horse called Bandy Boy.
Hey, Bandy Boy can win. He's good for about 20 to 1. Osborne brings in those long shots.
20 to 1?
Sure, you can bet your winnings. After all, you can't lose anything.
Maybe I will. That $200 could be a down payment on a car for the girls.
Come on, John. I'll show you where to cash your ticket.
Oh, all right.
How's our favorite boyfriend tonight?
Never better. Go ahead. Don't let me interrupt anything.
You're not interrupting anything. It's a sportscast. We're about to tune out.
Oh, wait a minute. I want to hear that.
Among those present in the Turf Club were Mayor and Mrs. Hughes, Grace and Ralph Shepard, local executive, and his guests, Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence Crane of Chicago, and the personable John Hewitt. An exciting afternoon.
Hey. And among those present was the handsome John Hewitt.
You didn't say handsome. The word was personable.
The same difference. You win a couple of $1,000, Dad?
I didn't lose.
I guess nobody's going to introduce us.
Oh, I'm sorry. Chuck, Daddy, this is Charlie Nordlinger. He's captain of our...
You don't have to tell me. Howdy, Chuck. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine, thanks.
I saw you catch that pass to win the championship for Langston High last year.
You did?
Northwestern and Illinois want him now, Mr. Hewitt.
And a couple of colleges on the West Coast.
Yeah, and not mention a couple more back east.
Well, don't sell yourself cheap now, Chuck. Well, hop to it, kids. Oh, what about the car?
They said the engine had fallen arches. Don't worry about it, Dad. We can take the bus.
The heck you can. You can use my crate anytime you want it, Diane.
Well, thanks, Chuck.
And I'll chauffeur you around town, Butch.
You were a long time saying that, Cosgrove.
My middle name. I hate it.
Oh, that must be Uncle George. He called a couple of times and said he'd be over around 8:30.
Oh.
Uncle George, hello.
How's my Nancy?
Fine, how are you?
Hello, Dee. Getting prettier every day. Hiya, gang. Can't stay more than 10 minutes, John. All right, let's go in the kitchen. Dee made one of her delicious rice puddings today. You lead the way. But no pudding for me. I'm 10 pounds overweight.
Dee, I think Dad's had a drink.
For 2, why not?
I'll get it. Hiya, Ted.
Hi, Hitchy. Hi, Marilyn.
Hi. Anybody here yet?
Don't I look like somebody? Come on.
So you won $190 on my tip. $190.60. How long has this been going on, George? Nice feeling, isn't it? Wonderful. Add a glass or 2 of champagne, and it's super wonderful. Osborne's a good jockey to follow. Oh, that money I won's going to come in mighty handy. The girl's car broke down, and I thought I'd look around and see what I could pick up the 47, 48 model for. For $190? Oh, that'll be the down payment. So let them fix up their car. No, it's on its last legs. It was 9 years old when I got it for him 3 years ago.
John, how do you manage as well as you do on a salary of $6,000 a year?
Huh?
Taxes, 2 girls to clothe, life insurance, payments on the house, 2 cars. Haven't been able to save anything, have you?
I have 4 $500 war bonds and about $1,100 in cash. And a bright future ahead.
You're a magician.
You shouldn't have passed up this rice pudding, George.
That's fattening. John, I'm leaving Monday night again to be gone for about a month.
Huh?
Maritime Insurance is taking me all over the map, and I'm getting great results.
Too bad. I mean about your leaving. Well, you see, I figured that you'd be going out to the track this week, and I thought if I wanted to place a small bet on my favorite jockey that maybe you'd place it for me.
No problem there.
Huh?
I'll give you the name of a bookmaker.
Bookmaker?
One of the best, Ben Kruger. He books all the tracks. I'll call him Monday morning and okay.
Yeah, but those places are apt to be raided, aren't they? Gee, I wouldn't want my name found lying around.
Use your initials. It's done every day. I'll okay you as JH.
We'd like a word with you, Uncle George.
Oh, no, not tonight, girls. I really have to go.
Grandma Irwin just came in and she's raring for a square dance.
Oh, them golden slippers.
I was crazy to come to this house on Saturday night.
Oh, come on.
Glad to see you, Ma.
Oh, never mind that mush. Let's get started. Oh, them golden slippers.
All right, kids, let's go. Partners, 1, 2, 3, 4. All jump up and never come down. Swing your partners round and round. Ladies in the center, form a star. Back to your partners, not so far. All join hands and circle 8. Circle 8 till you get straight. Promenade.
Morning, Miss Davis.
Good morning, Mr. Hewitt.
Lovely morning, isn't it? Morning. Hi, Ray. Morning, Joe. Hello. Yes, he sent me a copy of that letter. What I had in mind was meeting him halfway.
Huh?
Well, 90-day extension.
I don't like making these foreclosure decisions, John, but our business has certain rules and they must be observed. Have Blake and Shepard proceed immediately. You can take care of the preliminary costs out of the controller's fund.
All right, sir.
Oh, Mr. Hewitt,
Yes?
the man from Holden's telephoned.
Oh,
They looked at the girl's car, but the best they can do on a trade-in is $40.
tell him it's a deal. I'd have taken 20. See, I'll be around right after lights are closed with him. I want that car delivered to the high school before 3 o'clock.
Here's the afternoon paper.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Mr. Dooley.
Simply gorgeous. Oh, it's positively dreamy. Come on.
So if you'll send us the deeds to the properties, we'll have our attorneys check them and get in touch with you next week. All right, goodbye. Hello, kiddies.
Oh, Dad, that car. It's a dreamboat.
You like it, huh?
Oh, wouldn't. But you shouldn't have done it.
We could have struggled along with Croupy Kate for a while.
You're the one that needs a new car.
That car of mine is just as good as the day I bought it 4 years ago.
But, Dad, you shouldn't have.
You're repeating yourself, Dee.
What are we going to do with this man? We've got a father with a Santa Claus complex.
The whole thing doesn't make sense. It's your birthday, and we get the present.
Oh, I don't know about that. I got a new polka dot tie and 2 pair of Argyles, straight from the maker to the wearer. Come to think of it, you shouldn't thank me for that car. It was given to you girls by a cute little brown horse.
A horse?
Mm-hmm. Called Banty Boy.
Dad, do you feel all right?
Sure.
Let me try your pulse.
What?
Oh, you mean the races last Saturday? You won.
Lucky John Hewitt, they called me.
Oh.
Dan says you're parked in the red zone. And there's a policeman looking over the car.
Oh, come on. See you at home, Dad.
Yeah.
Is he a young cop?
Yes, Mr. Hewitt?
Find out from Danny how they make out.
Yes, sir.
Oh, and get me, Royal 6... never mind, I'll use the private line.
Hello, this is Ben Kruger speaking.
This is J.H. How did Wexford Lad make out?
You won.
Really?
You win $28.
3 in a row.
Yeah.
If you've been betting real money, you'd have a bundle now.
By the way, J.H., forgot to ask you, how would you like to settle? Daily or by the week?
Oh, well, I'll only be making an occasional bet, weekly, I guess.
All right. I'll have someone contact you every Friday to pay or collect.
Where would you like to meet?
Well, I have lunch every day between 1 and 2 at Eckert's Grill on 11th Street near Clinton.
That's good enough for me.
Just a minute.
Yeah?
Osborne is riding in the last race today, isn't he?
Osborne, yeah, he's up on Sob's sister.
It's 3 to 1 on the line.
$20 to win.
Sob's sister, 20 to win. Okay, J.H., you're on.
Right.
Hello, J.H. You are Mr. Hewitt.
Oh, yes.
I'm Mary Slate. Mr. Kruger sent me. May I?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. Don't tell me you've forgotten we had an appointment.
Oh, no. But, I wasn't expecting a girl.
Any objection?
What do you think?
In that case, let's get down to business. $451. You must have a good system.
Oh, I have. I just shut my eyes and pointed Osborne.
Following a jockey, eh? It's been done before, but not always so successfully.
I think this calls for a little celebration. You like a cocktail?
Why not? What have we got to lose? It's Kruger's money.
Philip.
Martini.
2 martinis, please. I'd like to cash a $500 war bond, please.
Didn't you convert 2 of these just about 10 days ago?
Teddy isn't here in 5 minutes. We'll go without him.
You know you would.
Oh, wait and see.
We got time. The picture doesn't start until 8:10. I like to listen to Dee play and, well, look at her.
Oh,
What's the matter?
you're so corny.
Well, look, I don't say things to please you.
Aren't you ever coming home, carried on
Late Theodore's finally arrived. I have a good mind not to go with him.
I'll get it.
Hello, John.
Wait a minute.
I just happened to be driving by.
You shouldn't have come here.
But I had to. When you didn't show up for lunch today, I was afraid that, well, something might have happened to you.
I'm sorry. I got stuck at the office. I suppose I should have telephoned Mr. Kruger.
That would have been smarter. Especially since you owe him $600.
Oh, don't worry. I'll pay him. Do you think you could get Kruger to carry me for another week?
Your credit's good.
Oh.
Only you can't place any bets until you settle up. He's very strict about that.
He would be. All right. See what I can do tomorrow.
You'll manage. Should we have lunch?
No, I'll be tied up. How about tomorrow night?
All right with me. Let's make it at my place. 615 Ardmore. Apartment 2A.
All right. I'll be there about 9.
Good night.
Good night, and thanks.
Hello, Chester. How do you do, Mr. Hewitt? Is Dee home?
Sure. Come on in.
Hello, Chester.
Hiya, Dee. Howdy, Nancy.
Chuck Nordlinger, Chester Mitchell.
Hiya. I didn't get the last name. Nordlinger. Chuck Nordlinger.
You're supposed to recognize that name and swoon. He's last year's high school All-American fullback. Letterman sweater and everything.
Fullback? Oh, you mean football. I never go to them.
Chester's been away. He's studying dentistry.
Yeah, but imagine anybody not liking football. You know, I didn't get this football letter for nothing, you know. I ran a 100-yard dash, and I got it for hockey, and I got it for basketball. Here. Yeah, but hey, what are you doing? Unusual bicuspids. Unusual bicuspiders? Now, please, after all.
Chester, you remember my grandmother, don't you?
Hello, Chester.
Oh, sure. How are you, Mrs. Irwin? Mr. Hewitt, I just dropped in to see if Dee would like to go to a picture with me.
We were just going to one.
Yeah, and we got it right.
Where's Teddy, Nancy? I don't know, but we're not going to wait another minute.
Well, Chester can go with you, can't he, Dee?
Why not?
You don't mind, do you, Chuck?
No, not at all.
5 minutes to 8. Anchors away. Good night, Graham.
Good night, dear.
Wonderful dinner, Gran.
Thank you, dear.
Night, Graham.
Hey, good night. You managed that very neatly, John.
Managed what?
You know what. You'd like Diane to have a lot of boyfriends, but to keep her heart free until that young Lochinvar of your dreams comes riding out of the West. Preferably in a special body Cadillac.
Sarah, I want my girls to marry for love, just like their mother and father did. Of course, I wouldn't mind if my sons-in-law possessed intelligence, good looks, sense of humor, health, wealth, position. Have I overlooked anything?
John, when are you going to marry again?
I marry? Have you been talking to the girls?
About that?
Yes. They brought it up a few weeks ago, and I was bowled over.
Good for them. They're right. They'd have to be very, very dumb indeed not to realize that the reason you haven't remarried is because you do not want to share your love for them with another woman.
Sarah, you get the strangest ideas.
It's about time you started to consider your own needs, John. It's all right for a man to love his children and want to give them everything possible. You carry this thing too far. All you live for, all you ever think of is those two girls. Oh.
Hiya, Mr. Irwin, Mr. Hewitt. Where's Nancy?
They've gone to the picture.
Oh, it's watch 'em, it's always slow.
They only left a few minutes ago. Chester Mitchell is with them.
That square, he's tooth happy. Tooth what? Tooth happy. Ever since he started studying dentistry, all he talks about is teeth. He'll probably do a job in everyone's mouth in that picture tonight. He's not with Nancy, is he?
You know where the theater is. What's keeping you?
Oh, gosh, so long.
This house has tempo.
Never without it.
Tooth happy. That's a new one. Good night, John.
Yeah, I don't want you driving around alone this time of night. I'll follow you in my car.
You do nothing of the sort. I'm perfectly capable of taking care of myself. I'll be home in 20 minutes, and it's only a little after 8. John. Remember what I said to you a while ago? Night.
Good night, dear.
Oh, just a minute.
Well, so you finally made it. I was beginning to worry again.
You or Kruger?
I thought you knew me better than that.
Oh, lately I don't seem to know anything. Least of all myself.
You do look awfully low tonight.
What do you expect? I haven't had a winning day in weeks.
I know. I used to look forward to our Friday lunch dates. They were fun. Now I'm beginning to feel like a heel.
It's better than being a chump.
You really are in bad shape. This time I think I'll buy you a drink.
All right, make it a good one, will you? Cost me $600.
I'll mix it myself. Who knows? Might even be worth it.
I'll take that, handicap.
Maybe you'll be sorry.
Mr. Adams.
Yes?
Mr. Ryan's secretary just called. He's on his way over.
Oh. That means no golfing today, my boy.
Oh, look, you didn't get that message, Dad. You were called away suddenly.
Sorry, Philip.
Look, Dad, you haven't seen me in nearly a year.
But business comes before golfing, young fella.
That's what's wrong with this world. Too much work and not enough golf. Gives you a waistline like that.
Look out!
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, well, that's not so bad. Why, Diane Hewitt.
Philip, why, I thought you were still at Princeton.
I graduated this week. Well, what do you know? Well, the last time I saw you, you were wearing pigtails and you had braces in your teeth.
Well, you weren't so much yourself 4 years ago, but you were a better driver.
Let's argue about that over lunch.
Now, hold on. My sister's half owner of this car, and she's going to want to know who smashed that fender.
I'll take her to lunch next week.
Now, wait a minute. I don't like being swept off my feet.
Now, look, I had enough trouble with my father. Don't you turn me down, too.
Tell me a little more about him. He's good-looking, attractive. He has a wonderful smile. And he's slightly mad.
Oh, he sounds terrific. There he is now. I've got to see him.
Well, Nancy, wait for me.
Well, hurry up.
Okay, come on.
You're Grams. I've heard all about you.
I guess I'll be hearing a lot more about you.
Yes, and you'll be seeing a lot more of me, too.
Oh, here are the girls now. Nancy, this is Mr. Adams.
Make it Philip, will you, Nancy?
How are you, Philip?
Your father will have to buy you a set of golf clubs, Diane.
Oh, that would be a wonderful idea.
Oh.
Hello, Chuck.
I just thought I'd drop by to see if Dee would like to go to an early show with me. Dee! Oh. Well, you going out tonight?
Yes, Chuck. Mr. Adams, this is Charlie Nordlinger.
How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Well, I'll be seeing you, and good night, and well, good night.
He's our local football hero.
Yeah, he just threw that front door for a 5-yard loss.
Well, good night, Gran.
Good night, dear. Have fun.
Thank you. Good night, Dad. I won't be late.
All right, dear.
Good night, Philip.
Good night.
Good night, Phil.
You mind if I walk out to the car with you?
Why, of course not. Come on, Nancy.
Well, there's your young Lochinvar with special Cadillac body and all. John, stop worrying about Dee taking that job. From the looks of things, she's not going to need it.
I wasn't thinking about the job.
What were you thinking about, John?
The girls. The future.
John.
Oh, George?
That's wonderful news. Dee marrying into the Adams family. When's it coming off?
In June. Dee wants to be married on her mother's birthday.
And in a year or two, Nancy and young Phelps will be saying, I do. There's a lot of happiness in store for those girls. You're not very enthusiastic.
George, I've come to you because you're the only one I can trust. I'm in trouble. Serious trouble.
Trouble?
I've taken $14,000 from the company's funds.
You've what?
Lost it playing the races. Oh, I won it first. I thought it was a cinch. And then I started to lose. My bonds, my savings, my mortgage payments, everything. And then I took the money from the controller's fund. Oh, I made myself believe it was only a loan. I kept hoping for that one lucky day when I'd be able to square everything and quit.
Can't believe it.
I keep thinking of Dee and Nancy. And what I've done to them.
You haven't done anything. Except try to give them the world on a silver platter.
Of course, I could borrow a few $1,000s on my insurance and the house, but then the bank would want to know why I didn't get it from my own company.
Would be a bad move. I've got about $3,000 in cash. Stock's worth about $4,000 more. When's the next audit of the books?
Oh, not for about 3 months.
Messy.
Everything's going to be all right, John. I'm leaving town again for about 6 weeks. Taking over the Honolulu territory. I'll be stopping at the Royal Hawaiian. When I get back, I collect $10,000 in bonuses for this year's sales. So, start smiling.
I can't tell you how much I appreciate this, George. Of course, it's going to be quite a few years before I can pay it back.
Forget it. Done a fine job with those girls. It's about time their uncle started to pitch in and help you. Of course, John, you're through with the horses.
Forever.
I can stand a drink. So could you.
Nice to see you.
Thank you. It's nice to see you.
And Mr. Adams?
I hope we haven't disturbed you.
Not at all. Come in.
Thank you. Oh, my, what a charming house.
Thank you. Well, won't you sit down?
Thank you.
Let me take your hat.
Thanks. We happen to be out in the neighborhood, and so we thought we'd drop in for a 5 minutes chat.
I'm glad you did.
Since the Adams and Hewitt plans are about to form a merger, so to speak, we thought that we might as well have the first powwow as soon as possible.
Oh, are you alone, John?
Yes. Sunday's always a big day for the girls. Nancy went out for a drive, and Diane is wherever Philip is.
They're inseparable. Well, first of all, we want you to know that we are very happy. Carlton and I think that Philip is getting the sweetest, most wonderful girl in Langston.
He's a very fortunate young man.
He's a very fine young man.
Oh.
But now, the main reason for our visit is to invite you and the girls to have dinner with us next Wednesday.
Thank you, Mrs. Adams.
Oh, Margaret now, John, and Carlton.
Yeah, I'll try and remember.
Carlton, I don't see any reason for waiting until Wednesday to tell John the good news, do you?
Oh, well, John, I just want to tell you that in a week, you will assume the position of general manager of the firm at a salary of $20,000 a year with a block of stock you can pay for at your pleasure.
I hardly know what to say, Carl.
Don't say anything.
Well, this certainly calls for a celebration. Little port, Mrs. Adams. I mean, Margaret.
No, thank you, John.
Carlton.
Yes, please. I've arranged with Taylor and Dean to audit the books a week from tomorrow.
A week from tomorrow? That's the 5th?
Yes, that's right. When they're through, Harvey Young will take your place, and you'll move into the new office. Well, here's to you, John.
Yeah.
Say, this is good. Margaret, you're missing something.
Carlton, it'll take me at least 10 days to get things in shape for Harvey, and with a holiday coming this week, couldn't we have the audit, say, on the 18th?
No, John. No, I've made all the arrangements. Well, we must be going. Come along, Margaret.
Do you know that I have a dress with a big bustle just like that photograph that belonged to my grandmother?
No.
Isn't it wonderful we don't wear those things?
Oh,
Well, we'll see you Wednesday night.
Bye, they will. Goodbye, John. Goodbye.
Hello?
Hello, Sarah. Have you heard from George?
Yes, I had a wire from him this morning.
From San Francisco?
No, he was detained in Hawaii. He leaves there today and expects to get home sometime next month. How are the girls?
Wonderful. They're just fine.
Fine, I'll call him later on in the evening.
All right, Sarah. Goodbye.
Goodbye, John.
like to place a call to Honolulu.
I'll give you to the overseas operator.
Hello?
Mr. Hewitt?
Yes.
On your call to Georgia with Royal Hawaiian Hotel on Honolulu. Mr. Irwin sailed for San Francisco today. Hello? Did you hear?
Yes. Hello, this is J.H.
Oh, how have you been, J.H.? Haven't heard from you in a long time.
Oh, I've been pretty busy. This is Saturday. I thought I'd call you before the banks closed. I want to make a large-sized wager, and I thought possibly you'd want me to put up the cash.
Oh, no, your credit's good with me.
I want to bet Great Day in the Bayou Handicap in New Orleans.
Great Day, 7th race at Beauregard Park. How much?
2,000. To win.
Oh, wait a minute, J.H. I didn't figure you wanted to bet that kind of money. She's 7-1 in the line.
I'll put up the cash.
Oh, no. I told you your credit's good. I'll put you on for half of it. And win or lose, we'll settle Monday.
But I want to bet the whole thing. Well, you know how it is when you got a strong hunch.
I'm sorry, that's the best I can do for you. Look, J.H., I've only got 3 phones, and you're holding up one of them.
Yes, but I want...
Franklin Airport.
Reservations, please.
United Airlines.
What's the next plane out to New Orleans?
The 1250 arriving in New Orleans at 4:10 this afternoon.
Can I get a seat on that plane?
We have 2 cancellations. We'll hold a ticket for you, but you must pick it up by 12:20 this afternoon.
All right, I'll be there. The name is Ramsey. John Ramsey.
Very well, Mr. Ramsey. Ask for Miss Hall.
Oh, Miss Hall, I have to get back to Langston tonight. Is there a plane out of New Orleans this evening?
Yes, at 6 o'clock, arriving here at 9:40. Shall I reserve a seat for you?
Yes, please.
Fine. I'll have everything ready when you get here.
Thank you very much. Oh, Miss Pearson, call the house and tell the girls I won't be home for dinner. I'm looking at a piece of property about 30 miles the other side of Bristolport, and I won't be back till about 10 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Can't you go any faster? Bayou Handicap goes in half an hour.
Sorry, mister, we're crowding the limit already.
But I flew all the way from Langston for this race. I can't afford to miss it now.
Look, this ain't no jet job. I told you I'd get you there in time, and I will, so relax.
How much further is it?
We'll be there in a minute. Last bear I had was in this much of a hurry. Had twins in the back seat 10 minutes later.
You mind telling me Great Day's number?
Great Day is number 3, pal, and there's 701.
We got our last four bucks on Kelly's boy. That's my name, Kelly.
And he's drunk, too.
So have I.
What's the matter, pal? You lose your program?
No, I just got here.
Just got here.
Just got here? Hey, I think you got something there, pal. You can only be clipped for 2 reasons. Yes, sir, the man's got something. Look at him. He's going to $100 window.
Number 3, 10 tickets.
3 times.
Attention, please. The horses are in the starting gate.
You'll have to keep that eye open, folks. Keep your eye open.
Hey, who's that black horse acting up? It's number 3. Great Day. Looks like he's full of run.
Keep that eye open, folks.
They finally got him in a
The
stall.
flag is up. They're off. And running. At the start is Conservation breaking on top. Suntan is second. Kelly's Boy is third. Top Brass is fourth. Chesty is fifth. Great Day is sixth. Winslow, Best Man, and Good Grief. It's Conservation leading the field by 2 lengths. Suntan is second by a neck. Kelly's Boy is third by a half. Chesty is fourth by a neck. Top Brass is fifth by 1 length. Great Day is sixth by a half a length. Good Grief, Winslow, and Best Man. Around the clubhouse turn, it's Conservation by a half a length. Suntan is second by a length. Top Brass is third by a neck. Kelly's Boy is fourth by a length. Chesty is fifth by a half a length. Great Day is next by a neck. Best Man, Good Grief, and Winslow. Into the backstretch, it's Conservation by a half a length. Suntan is second by 2.5 lengths. Top Brass is third by 1. Kelly's Boy is fourth by a half. Chesty is fifth by a neck. Great Day is sixth by 1 length. Best Man, Good Grief, and Winslow. Around the far turn, it's Conservation by a length. Top Brass is second by 2. Suntan is third by a neck. Kelly's Boy is fourth by a half a length. Chesty is fifth by a half. Great Day is sixth by a neck. Best Man, Good Grief, and Winslow.
Looks like the Great Day's caught in a pocket. Yeah, he isn't going to get anywhere. He should have made his move on the far turn.
Into the stretch, Conservation now leading by 2 lengths. Top Brass is second by a length. Kelly's Boy is third by a half a length. Suntan is fourth by a length. Chesty is fifth by a half. Great Day, pocketed on the rail, is sixth. Best Man, Good Grief, and Winslow. In the stretch, it's Conservation by a length. Top Brass is second by a length and a half. Kelly's Boy is third by a half. Suntan is fourth by 1 length. Chesty is fifth by
sorry.
Now, that did it. There's a bar around the corner. Let's go have a drink.
Right. Hey, you had the winner, didn't you?
Right on the nose.
I won $1,000 in the handicap last year. Hey, you couldn't spare some of your good luck for a guy that really needs it, could you? Say a couple of bucks worth?
Things are not going so well, huh?
Oh, you know how it is. Up one season, down the next. I'll get even someday.
Not around here, you won't.
Gee, thanks, mister.
Take a tip from a guy who knows. You can't beat the ponies. Where's that bar?
Right over there.
Never mind the change.
Thanks. You must have had the winner.
I did.
That Osborne's a riding fool.
Best jockey in the country today.
Well, hiya, fella. You had the winner, didn't you? Yeah, we brought you luck. How about a little drink?
Sure. See what the gentleman wants.
Bourbon for me. Same for him.
With water?
No. Make him double. Hey, here. Who are you playing in the next race, pal?
I'm not playing anything in the next race or any other race ever again.
What?
You were right, Tom. They put up the inquiry sign.
What is that you said?
The jockey on conservation claimed a foul. He's bumped in the stretch. Well, they'll take it away from Great Day, all right.
Well, you ain't got nothing to worry about, pal. Hey, give me another bourbon, will you?
Your attention, please. For interference in the stretch, Great Day is disqualified and placed second. Conservation is declared the winner. The result is now declared official.
Mr. Hewitt. How are you?
Hello, Teddy.
Hi, kids. Hi, Mr. Hewitt.
Dee and Philip went out to dinner, but Teddy and I ain't here.
Can she cook, Teddy?
Oh, anybody can boil hot dogs and cook potatoes. But I have to admit, these were extra good.
Don't let me interrupt. But remember, it's getting late.
Oh, Dad. Dee said she'd be home about 10:30.
All right. $1,000.
I'm sorry, John. I've never seen such awful luck.
Well, there's one consolation. Can't get any worse.
Don't say that.
Can you place another 1,000 for me today?
If you insist.
Wellington, 6th in New Orleans to win. We'll settle up tomorrow.
I wish you'd never gotten into this. Now you're stabbing at long shots. Why don't you just get out? Take a loss, but pull out now.
I can't. I'm in too deep.
What if I could help pull you out? Maybe even get you a little ahead in one afternoon. Would you promise to quit then?
You know I would. Miracles don't happen anymore.
I'm not talking about miracles. You never play information horses, do you?
You mean tips?
I mean information. There are some guys who never lose. They keep away from the track. Sometimes they only make a couple of bets a month. But they always collect. My brother Rick took over $100,000 from the book last year.
But your brother Rick keeps his information to himself?
I don't know. He might loosen up for a friend of mine. A very special friend. Do you want me to talk to him?
Would you?
He's staying at the Winthrop Hotel. I'll go over and have a talk with him. Meet you in the lobby at 5?
All right, I'll be there. What about that 1,000 at New Orleans?
Oh, forget it. If Rick cuts you in, $1,000 will look like chicken feed from now on.
And if he doesn't?
You forget, darling. You're my very special friend.
Rick.
Hiya, babe.
Well, make yourself at home.
No, thanks. I can only stay a couple of months. How do you like me without the mustache?
Oh, I'd like you anyway. Oh, darling, I've missed you so much.
Hasn't been easy for me either. I came as soon as I got your wire.
I knew you would. And after the setup, honey, we can stick together for good.
You, sound like you've hooked a real chump this time.
Made to order. Started out as a $2 better, then he went up to 200, then 600. Last week he hit the 1,000 mark.
Really hot, huh?
Oh, he's steaming. And here's the interesting part. He handles all the cash for the biggest banking firm in Langston.
You mean he's dipping in the till?
Up to his elbows. He wanted to place another $1,000 bet on a 15-to-1 shot today. So he must be hooked for plenty. I talked him out of it. Why should we let Kruger take everything?
You haven't changed a bit. When do we move in on him?
Today. I've already laid the groundwork. You're my brother Rick. They're staying at the Winthrop Hotel. I've reserved a suite.
Have you picked a horse?
Rickety Racks, New Orleans, tomorrow.
That's what I love about you, baby. You only play the sure things.
This is it.
Come in. Hello, sis.
Hello, Rick.
You're late.
I know. We stopped for a cocktail. This is John Hewitt.
Oh, this is a very special friend. I've been looking forward to this meeting.
Thank you. So have I.
Oh, sis, I'm a little rushed this evening. Going to have dinner with some friends, but please sit down.
Well, I don't want to detain you.
Oh, it's all right. I'm waiting for a phone call from New Orleans anyway.
Oh.
Tell me, Mr. Hewitt, you don't happen to be a relative of a friend of mine, Alan Hewitt of Chicago?
No.
Oh, I should have mentioned that before.
Sure, he deals in stocks and bonds. You must have heard of him.
No, I don't think I have.
Well, I'll introduce you sometime. You see, he and several other of my associates are thinking about building a big sports arena here. But you got to keep that under your hat.
I didn't even hear it.
I like a man who can keep his mouth shut. Oh, excuse me. Hello.
You asked to be called at 6, Mr. Slade.
Thank you. Sis tells me you want to get on the gravy train.
Well,
Oh, Rick, must you put it that way?
Well, can you think of a better way to put it? You see, we got a horse going tomorrow in New Orleans. Rickety Racks. Of course, it'll be a short price, but it's all set. That's what this phone call's for. Oh, excuse me. Hello? New Orleans? Yes. Hello, Jackson? Now, tell me, is everything all set for tomorrow? Good boy, good boy. Yeah, now look, you and Mac bet $100,000 with the Eastern bookies. I'll distribute the same amount between Chicago and the West Coast. Yeah. Now tell me, what's the price? Even money. Sure. What suits me fine should be 1 to 5. All right, now look, don't forget this. Don't do anything tomorrow until 20 minutes before post time. Got it? Thanks, Al. Same to you. Goodbye. Well, that's how it's done, Mr. Hewitt. Cigarette?
No, thanks.
Well, I put you down for 20,000, but you've got to have the money here by 12:30 tomorrow.
20,000?
Well, 10% of that goes to the jockeys.
Sure, they got to live, too. Well, of course, if you feel you can't handle it, we'll forget it.
Well, of course he can handle it. It'll mean so much to both of us.
Mr. Hewitt?
Yes?
I'm glad I caught you before you left. Mr. Adams would like to see you.
Well, all right.
And when this reorganization plan is put into effect next week, Mr. Hewitt will take over many of the duties heretofore assumed by this office and Mr. Barlow. Any more questions? I'm sorry to have kept you here so late. Well, that'll be all, and thank you.
Rick?
Who'd you expect, the crime commissioner?
No, thank you.
You look like $1 million.
Make that 20,000. Did you get the money?
Every dollar of it.
The race should be just about over now.
I'll try to get the results. Oh, here. Pack this in my suitcase and carry this in your coat pocket. You can sure pick your men, honey.
And Mr. Shepard said he'd call you in the morning.
Oh, thank you, Miss Pearson. That's all now. You may go home.
Thank you. Good night.
Good night.
Langston Chronicle.
Sports, please.
Sports, Carroll speaking.
Do you mind giving me the result of the 6th race at New Orleans?
Winner was Weep Softly. Turpalero was second. McQuaid was third.
Rickety Rax wasn't in the money?
Rickety Rax was a late scratch.
Thank you.
Winthrop Hotel.
Mr. Slate, 816.
Mr. Slate checked out this afternoon.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. He checked out at 4:30. He left no forwarding address.
Mary Slate there.
No, she quit today. She's leaving town tonight or tomorrow. But she might be calling in for a message, though. Anything I can do for you?
Never mind. I'll reach her.
What about the tickets?
They're holding them at the airport. Non-stop to Mexico City and then to Acapulco. Haven't you finished packing yet?
Not quite.
Well, you better hurry up. We haven't got much time.
Well, that about does it.
Okay, let's go.
I'll be ready as soon as I get my furs.
We'll go out the back way, just in case.
Going somewhere?
John!
Get back in that apartment.
Sure, sure. Just take it easy with that gun.
That's far enough. Drop those bags.
You have to keep that thing pointed at us?
John, you're making a big mistake.
Not anymore, I'm not. I want that $20,000 you took from me.
All right, so you're smarter than I thought. You still better make a deal with us.
I don't make crooked deals.
Oh, no? I suppose that $20,000 was yours, just like the money you lost to Kruger. You're a bigger crook than either of us.
Hand it over.
You'll get no argument from me. When it comes to firearms, I pass. Give it to him.
There's only 10,000 here. Where's the rest of them?
In this bag on top of my clothes.
Open it up. Mr. Adams,
In the library here, sir. Anna, call Dr. Fisk. Tell him to come at once. Mr. Hewitt's been shot.
What's wrong? What happened?
He's been shot, sir. We sent for Dr. Fisk.
John, how did it happen? Oh, John, you're badly hurt. No, don't move. Put your head back on the chair and rest. Dr. Fisk lives only a few streets from here. Brandy.
Yes, sir.
John, who...
Margaret and Philip. Where are they?
They've gone to the concert with Dee.
I must speak to you, Carlton. Alone.
That'll be all right.
Yes, sir.
Yes, John?
That's the firm's money, Carlton. $20,000. I took it from the vault to play the races.
John, do you realize what you're saying?
I must speak quickly, Carlton.
Send the police to 510 Mapleton Drive. A man has been shot. Yes.
I'm still $16,000 short. I tried too hard to get it back. I made up my mind I'd never play another race. I wasn't thinking of you alone, Carl. I was thinking of my two girls. Of the unhappiness and disgrace I was bringing upon them. Please be kind to them. I know I don't deserve any pity or any mercy. But they do. My two girls do. They're not like me. They always took after their mother. She had strength and character. They're fine girls. If you can only find it in your heart to spare them.
Anna called the police, sir.
I'll phone for an ambulance.
This way.
Was he able to talk? Where'd that money come from?
This man is John Hewitt, the comptroller of my firm. Tonight I needed $20,000 in cash to put through a very important deal. So I got him to go to the company's vault and bring it to me. On his way here, he was held up and robbed. But he managed to follow them to their apartment, and carrying the company's gun, which he always does under these circumstances, he confronted them. One of them shot him, and in self-defense, he killed them both.
I'll call homicide.
John, this will be our secret. No one else will ever know.
Thank you. It made me very, very happy.
We took enough pictures of the wedding. I want a good selection for the newspapers.
I've got enough to fill the whole Sunday supplement.
Good. Now, how about one of the happy couple with all the people on the porch?
For what you're paying, I'd follow this honeymoon clear to Niagara Falls.
Oh, here they come. Hold it. Hold it, everybody. We're going to take a picture.
Hold it.
Goodbye. Take care of yourself.
That Nancy's the cutest thing.
You're sure you don't mind her coming to live with us?
No, what would we do without her? You know what Graham's always says? John Hewitt's daughters go together like cornflowers and summer rain. That's the way he always wanted it.
Dad would have been proud of us today. Just as proud of us as I am of him.
Ooh.
Come in.
Dr. Sloan?
Yes?
I'm sorry to disturb you, sir, but it's urgent.
Well, what's wrong?
There's a sick man in drawing room B, and his wife's half out of her mind. I wonder if you'd take a look at him, sir.
What does he complain of?
I don't know, sir, but he sure sounds bad, and I'd appreciate it if you'd...
All right, I'll be with you in a minute.
You are a medical doctor, aren't you, sir?
Yes, I'm afraid so. There are times when I wish I were a veterinarian.
Well, Doctor, what is it?
He'll be all right.
Can I go to him now?
Yes, maybe you'd better stay with him. I'll be right back and give him something to relieve the pain.
Thank you.
Is it serious, Doctor?
Symptoms point to polio.
Polio?
Unless we work fast, we may be in for a lot of complications.
But what can we do?
We must get him to a hospital as soon as possible. What's the next stop?
Phoenix, sir, 4 a.m.
3.5 hours. It's too far, too late. No, I can't take that much of a chance.
Well, sir, I don't...
Wait a minute. We go through Winston, don't we?
Yes, sir.
When?
In about an hour, but we don't stop there.
Well, we will tonight. There's a hospital in Winston, small but well equipped. All right. Now, here's what has to be done. Notify the engineer and then wire ahead to the station master at Winston to have an ambulance meet the train. We've got to work fast. Above all, stay calm. Keep this to ourselves.
Is it contagious, sir?
Yes, this car will have to be quarantined until I get him off at Winston. And then you must seal up the compartment. No one need know anything about it. What cars are ahead of this one?
The baggage car.
Well, that simplifies things. Porter, I want you to stay in the car behind this and make absolutely sure that no one enters or leaves this one. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
Get on it right away.
We're getting close to Desert Junction. I better get that wire ready for the dispatcher.
There's one more thing. I'm going to need a hypodermic and some drugs from my suitcase. It's been checked through. You'll have to let me into the baggage car first.
Of course. Follow me.
Thank you.
Hiya, Bill. What's up?
This is Dr. Sloan. A passenger took sick suddenly. He needs some medicine from his suitcase, okay?
Thank you.
This gentleman's a doctor, Eddie.
Yeah?
There's a guy sticking back. Get the doc's bag and make it snappy. You got a baggage check?
Oh, yes. Yes. Here it is.
This guy bad off?
He'll be all right.
Yeah? What's wrong with him?
I'm not sure.
Sometimes they eat too much. When the train rolls at night. Hurry up, will you, Eddie?
Okay, okay. Put it right up here, please. Take it easy. There's glass in there.
Is that okay?
Yes, thank you. That's fine.
Got what you need, Doc?
Put up your hands, please. Up! Unbuckle your gun belt. Drop it. Now move over to the door. Lay on the floor, face down. Hurry up. Put your hands behind your back.
What the...
Shut up.
Easy, Eddie. He's got a gun.
Be quiet.
Out. Quiet.
Trying to do is smother me.
Sorry, darling. I thought it would help you sleep. I'm too excited.
Yeah, me too.
What time is it?
You don't have to whisper.
I always whisper in the dark. Is it time to get up?
No, it's too early. Go back to bed.
Oh, I'll sleep on the plane. You realize, Mr. Noman, by this time tomorrow we'll be in Mexico City. Mexico City.
I know how you feel.
Oh, it'll be wonderful.
Like it's some sort of like cool like store manager title.
He must be the front producer or something.
B, Aaron.
The front producer. Yeah, I'm a broducer. Yeah, that's what I do. Broduce.
Hey, I'm Grump. I'm not so Grump. And we're the Game Grumps.
I need a hand soap.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Supermarket Simulator, the feel-good hit of 2024.
Yeah, what the hell? You degenerates.
We never dreamed we'd play more than 2 of these, and yet here we are on what feels like episode 20.
Jeez Louise.
It's fun. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you so much for giving this to us.
This has been one of your greatest gifts.
It's such a gift that we get to keep playing this game because it's so fun.
It's super fun.
The only downside is that I can't play it like in my real life.
Why not?
Because you only get one save file.
Oh, wow.
So I'm like, I can't mess up the Game Grumps save file. That'd be crazy.
That's totally true. It'd be a real selfish move, and I think you should do
Sashimilko.
Okay. So you pronounce it better than I do.
It's easy, Sashimilko.
That's where the streets are paved with flowers.
And they use boats for taxis.
You know that Mexican song you brought home yesterday? I can't get it out of my mind.
Salute, felicidad, amor. Means health, happiness, and love. If you got those and money, you're not entitled to gripe.
We have them, darling.
Yep. But not in the right proportions.
If we lacking money, I'll make up in the love department.
Hello, Norman speaking. What? In 15 minutes, but...
Who was it?
Hendricks.
Hendricks?
He'll be over in 15 minutes.
Why? What's happened?
I don't know, but it's not a social call.
Well, didn't he tell you?
No, he didn't say.
Well, he must have told you something.
He didn't tell me anything. We'll know when he gets here.
Well, until they reached Phoenix at 4 a.m., they didn't even know anything was wrong. They couldn't get in the baggage car. They had to bust their way in.
Some more coffee, Mr. Hendricks?
Oh, thanks. Don't mind if I do. That's when they found him, unconscious. The safe blown wide open.
How much did they get, Sam?
Everything but the silver. $500,000. $500,000 in small notes. Well, I guess that about covers it. Let's get out the airport.
Oh, wait a minute. You've ruined my vacation. At least let me finish my coffee.
Oh, I'm sorry about this.
We did count on this vacation. Charlie's been tired lately and edgy.
I know. I upset all your plans. But this calls for top handling.
What about Jackson?
Not enough experience.
Nadia? Jerry Klein? Rogers?
For phony accident claims, routine investigation, yes. But for this...
I guess I'm it.
Now, look, Charlie, this is our biggest policy. We're out on a limb for $500,000. You retrieve it, and maybe the company will buy you a Mexican holiday.
Who's coming for the railroad?
Joe Armstrong. He's going on ahead to Phoenix. He's a friend of yours, isn't he?
He usually has Sunday dinner with us.
Every once in a while, we run after the same fires.
Good. And you work as a team. Come on, we're late.
I'll be right with you. Baby, I'm sorry I blew up at you. I know how much the vacation meant to you. To me, too.
It's only postponed. We'll get there.
Sure we will. Take care.
Yeah, I'll check it.
Still at it, Joe. Can't you remember anything?
What you write down, you can see. What you see, you can remember. How are you, Charlie?
Okay. A little sleepy.
You'll wake up.
Yeah? If I save the company $500,000, I get a week in Mexico on the house.
You're lucky. All I get is polish on my badge. How's Ruth?
She's okay. Hi, Charlie. Hello, Pete.
Your baby?
Yep.
How do you like the look of it? Yeah, that's how we found it.
Neat job.
Yeah, technique and precision. Real pro. Blew her open like a penny balloon.
Liquid nitro?
No.
What did they use, shape charge?
Yeah.
That's a new one.
Shape charge, the stuff the Army's been fooling around with.
That's it.
How's it work?
Well, in simple terms, it's an explosive molded into the shape of a cone so that the force of the explosion is directed.
Like a blowtorch.
Oh, I get it. In other words, they just blew out that hinge in the lock, huh? But, how'd they set it off?
Well, either an electric battery or a detonator. We found pieces of wire.
What's this?
Muffler, probably. It's just a bed pad. We'll know more when we get it down to the lab.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's where they found him.
Hey, Chelsea. Lovely of you to join.
You want to question them now? Oh, sure. Where are they? In the other car. Okay, Charlie. Let's go.
Well, I knew he was a doctor on account of the telegram.
Well, I guess he just looked like anybody. You know, kind of, average.
It was just like a sting. All of a sudden, here.
We had a baggage check. I found a suitcase right away.
Yes, sir. I'm positive she was a blonde.
A blonde. That tells us a lot.
My voice isn't too loud for you guys, is it?
Anything? Nothing. No prints, nothing.
Brand new bed pad, never been washed. You can buy those in any store. Wires are just wires. Dime store stuff. Everything wiped clean. Well, they don't seem to have overlooked a thing. There's got to be something. There always is.
Sure. You know where to look for it.
Winston, let's check on that ambulance.
The ambulance men were playing cards, you know, just killing time. About 12:30, these two guys come in armed. They work fast and quiet. Up with your hands and turn to the wall. Then they conks them on the head. Petey, send Bill out to get some cold lemonade, will you?
Right, Jack. Like a well-rehearsed troupe of actors, they thought of everything. No chance of a slip-up. The wire came, they had the ambulance, and they were ready.
Wasn't that a long shot? Couldn't the station master have called direct to the hospital for an ambulance?
Well, it wouldn't have made any difference, Joe. I checked. There isn't another ambulance within 65 miles of here.
Yeah. Someone masterminded this pretty carefully. They cased this town inside and out.
Nice.
Maybe we can get a lead that way.
Well, I doubt it. There are too many tourists in Winston this time of the year. They all ask questions. A couple more nosing around wouldn't cause much of a stir.
How about the missing ambulance?
Not so much as a nibble so far. Every department in the state's looking for it. Got roadblocks, posses, even got a helicopter from Phoenix.
They wouldn't get very far with an ambulance on the main highway.
That's right, they couldn't. It would attract too much attention.
That's what I told them. I said they wouldn't go far in that ambulance. They'd ditch it and ditch it close. I'll bet it's not far from town. It'll show up.
It better. There isn't much else we can do until it does.
Sure is. What? We can eat.
See you, Jack.
So long.
What's the matter with you?
Nerves, I guess.
Take it easy, kid. We haven't even started yet. Ben?
In this hole for hours and haven't figured an escape hatch yet.
Here's something to occupy your mind. Listen to this. Porter delivers wire to compartment B, 9:50 p.m. Woman calls conductor, 12:30 a.m. Wire dispatched to Winston, 12:55 a.m. In Winston, 12:30 a.m. Ambulance men knocked out. Sometime between 12:30 a.m. and 1:30, robbery occurs. Train pulls into Winston, 1:40. Ambulance waiting. 1:50 a.m., ambulance drives off.
Open.
Train pulls out. Reads like a freight dispatcher's timetable. Everything in place, no loose ends, no leads so far.
Sounds like the beginning of a perfect crime.
It's just like the Stephen book I'm reading.
Save your
Stephen King
admiration,
book,
Charlie.
I mean.
I've been a cop for a long time. I've seen some good jobs and bad jobs, but I've never seen a perfect one.
Well, that's always a first time, Joe.
No, there's no such thing as a perfect crime. Just a lucky one. But their luck will run out.
Well, it's not going to run out tonight. I think I'll go back to the hotel and call Ruth, tell her we're going to be stuck here for a while.
Okay.
Make that wheat toast.
Right. Be with you in a minute. Wheat toast and 2 coffees, Jimmy.
Coffee?
No.
Where you been?
Checking the ambulance reports as they came in.
And?
A highway patrol helicopter spotted 20 miles out of town.
I told you. The first break. Maybe the luck's beginning to run out.
All right. Finish the coffee. Let's get out there.
Brother, what a good night's sleep can do.
Look, Joe, we're wasting time. We'll
maybe they slipped.
They've been too careful. Let's forget about the ambulance and find out where they went.
I've been trying to find out. It's not where they went that's bothering me, it's how.
One thing's for sure, they didn't drive.
Well, how do you know?
The ground, it's too dry. Dry as powder. No other tracks, just the ambulance.
Yeah, but how?
Maybe there's your answer, Joe.
We got the copter over in the field.
Anything?
Blood, and plenty of it.
See what I mean, Charlie? The luck's beginning to run out.
Why is it so much hotter here in Riverside than L.A.? What do you make of the blood? Don't know.
Maybe I need to
Somebody
change the
was hurt in a
nips.
robbery. Maybe somebody was too greedy. It could have been an accident. Maybe. But it doesn't matter either way. What do you mean by that?
It's unimportant who was hurt or how. The important thing is it wasn't on the timetable. And that's what's going to trap them, Charlie. Everything was too well timed. No leeway. And if they went off schedule once, just once,
Joe.
Huh? What? Oh, it's you. Oh, my neck.
What? The CAA report. The copter belonged to a guy named Al Wolf. He runs a charter service in Burbank.
Peter.
I doubt it.
What?
He reported it missing 4 weeks ago.
Oh. Well, let's go have a talk with him anyway. We may get something.
Yeah. Free ride around the airport. Hey, Mac. Hey.
Wolf around?
Yeah, he's around.
Will you get him for us?
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Wolfie.
Yep.
Hi. How many planes can I sell you guys?
We're checking on the guy who chartered your copter about 4 weeks ago.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's like I told the CAA. Guy looked perfectly all right. He had a license, a legit reason, and cash, lots of cash. How was I supposed to know he's a phony? You know, times ain't so good right now. $100 a day jobs don't come along every day in the week.
The reason he gave you, what was it?
He said he was flying up to Nevada. Something to do with uranium. He was going to look over a claim, I think he said.
And you believed him?
Oh, look, buddy, I told you he had a lot of cash. Paid me for 6 days. He could have said he was going to the moon.
Remember what he looked like?
Sure. He was a nice-looking guy. Very pleasant personality.
That all you can remember?
Well, he was a big guy and, like I said, a very pleasant personality. Who'd have thought he was a phony?
Thank you very much, Mr. Wolf. We'll be in touch with you.
Hey, but what about my copter?
Sorry, but we'll have to hang on to it for a while. It's been impounded as evidence, but we'll get it back to you as soon as possible.
Look, I need it now. I can rent it to a movie company. They're making a flying picture.
I'm trying to make a Western.
Oh, you sure you don't want to lie down for a while, honey? You look beat.
Ruthie, I've already told you I've got work to do. If I lie down, it piles up. I'll get buried under it.
But it can wait for an hour, can't it? Oh, darling, you shouldn't drive yourself like this. It isn't worth it. You've just got to relax.
Gotta relax. Let me rub your forehead. Let me get your slippers. Ruthie, what do you know about this? Why don't you just leave me alone?
You mustn't fly off like that.
All right, so I won't fly off.
You won't make anything happen sooner by beating yourself. You know what Joe says. You've just got to have patience.
Yeah, I know what Joe says. And patience is fine for a guy like Joe. It goes with his two-pants suit, his washable necktie, and his 49 car. For me, patience is poison.
Charlie, can't I help?
What could you do?
You've never tested me, Charlie.
Well, let's not begin now. Hello? I'll be there in a half hour. I'm sorry, baby. I gotta go.
Charlie.
What went wrong? What happened? Who got hurt?
Charlie, please.
Which one?
Lombard.
How?
His own gun tripped getting in the plane.
Stupid fool. The getaway was timed.
Moving fast, Charlie. It was an accident.
An accident. I'll take that back. Now, we don't want any more accidents. What was he carrying a gun for? All he had to do was play sick and lie on a stretcher.
He had an idea.
I had a timetable. For months, I studied the east and the westbound trains. I rode the coaches like a candy butcher. I memorized the baggage car. I studied the crew movements, the compartment layout. I rehearsed every move with you and Paul over and over and over.
What could we do? We had to stay with Lombard. We couldn't just let him die. You wouldn't have wanted that, would you? Would you, Charlie?
No, of course not. How bad is he?
Not good.
Let me have it straight. Will Lombard pull through?
Well, Paul keeps telling
Is
us...
Paul taking care of him now?
Yes, he's doing everything he can. Paul's still a good doctor, Charlie, as good as when I married him. He hasn't had a drink in 4 days.
He better not. Where are they?
In Chatsworth. Wolf took us to a place
Wolf?
he has...
You're full of surprises, aren't you? Wolf's part of the job was over when he landed that helicopter. I told Paul to pay everyone off and split up.
We had to go somewhere.
So Wolf steps into the picture.
Wolf doesn't know about you. He still thinks Paul planned it.
I still don't like it. Now that Wolf knows, we all run a risk.
What else could we do? Why did you switch the schedule? You were supposed to be in Mexico City. What are you doing here? You're the mastermind.
Shut up, Linda.
You'd every minute ticked off for each of us. You'd followed your own timetable. You'd have been there.
I'm telling you to shut up.
Well, why didn't you leave? Why didn't you carry out your end?
I couldn't, you little fool. I couldn't.
You mean you wouldn't? You thought Paul and I double-crossed you, didn't you? Didn't you?
I'm on the case, Linda. The company assigned me to recover the money.
Classic.
I could roll with that one. I thought you were in Mexico City, but when I called the hotel from Winston, you weren't there either. I nearly went out of my mind. I didn't know what had gone wrong. All I knew was I had to get them back to L.A. if I had to lead them here by the hand. We found the plane. Blood. I nearly went crazy. Whose blood? Which one? It could have been yours.
Frightened.
There's nothing to be frightened of, Linda. What I know I can handle.
Are you sure?
I'm positive. There's nothing to be frightened of.
Aren't you ever afraid?
Why should I be? My job is to catch myself. From here on, I control everything. I know what they're looking for. I can stop them from finding it.
Sometimes you scare me.
There's nothing to be frightened of, Linda. It just takes more time. That's what going off schedule means. More time. Till they run themselves ragged and give up.
What about Paul? Maybe he won't want to wait.
What does it matter what he wants? He'll do what I tell him.
He has the money.
Tell him I want to see him tomorrow here with the money.
Here?
All right, Linda. There's nothing to be frightened of.
Charlie.
I love you, Linda.
Took your time. I had to be careful. Wasn't sure this was a place. Then I heard the music. Little Linda's favorite song. Health, happiness.
The money?
It's all there.
The key.
Here. Very nice. Yours?
No, it belongs to a friend of mine. What about Lombard? How is he?
Dead. Your friend isn't an enemy of alcohol, is he?
Lombard didn't have a chance.
I did everything I could, Charlie, short of transfusions, wonder drugs, and prayer. I was a very good surgeon, you know, until... What about that drink, huh?
What'd you do with the body?
Wolf's getting rid of it. Don't worry, Charlie. He knows what he's doing. A very good amateur undertaker. Very expensive, too. That was a funeral that wouldn't wait. He wanted Lombard's share for doing the job.
Did you give it to him?
Sure, why not? What's $15,000? There's plenty to go around.
What about the ambulance boys? You pay them off, too?
Oh, yes. First night. They're a little country boy now. Just as you planned.
You did a great job, Paul. The only lead was the copter. I planned on that. Armstrong swallowed Wolf's story whole.
Armstrong?
Railroad's prize cop. We're a team.
Oh, yeah. Linda told me about that. Has great possibilities for a man with iron nerve. Poor Wolf. If he knew who you really are. He swallowed you for a cop.
They'll be too amused. I gotta be head and tail on the same coin. It means changing our plans.
Our plans? I hardly see, Charlie, how your personal complications affect me. I was in this for one thing, the money. Now I've got it, and I intend to enjoy it.
Just how are you thinking of doing that?
Going to Mexico. Just like you planned. We won't go together, that's all.
How far do you think you'd get? You're a fool, Paul.
Well, Charlie, I only meant...
I know what you meant. Don't even think of it. We lost our chance for a quick getaway. Lombard's bungling fixed that. It's too late now, do you understand?
I could make it, Charlie. I know I could.
Without anybody to give you orders? There'd be a cop every 2 feet. You couldn't slip a bag of popcorn past them. They'd pick you up in 5 minutes.
What are we going to do? Charlie, what do you want us to do?
Hold up and wait. We got all the time in the world.
When can we go?
When I tell you and how I tell you. Paul, you're great. You're just great as long as you're following orders. But the next time you get an original idea, remember when we first ran into each other. You were trying to beat the company with a claim that any 10-year-old kid could have seen through.
Yes, I remember, Charlie. You pulled me out of that hole. I suppose you can pull us out of this one. What's next?
Get clear of Wolf's place and Wolf. Move into a motel. Don't spend more than one night. Keep moving south. Check with me every day. Let me know where you are. And wait.
All right. Well, get started. Don't you want to count it?
I trust you, Paul.
Sure you do. We trust each other. I'll have to tell Linda to be more careful with her lipsticks. Or will you tell her? And she said that she'd talk to you on the phone. Women. Oh, by the way, Charlie, you wouldn't have liked her blonde. Very unexciting.
Matter, Joe, you run out of notebooks?
What you can see, you can remember. My old man taught me this trick.
What was he, a football coach?
No, just a crack-a-barrel philosopher and sheriff of Haynesburg, Missouri. When he was on a case, he'd write everything down on a blackboard.
You ever solve anything that way?
Never missed one. He'd sit in front of it for hours, studying the cold facts. When they'd sunk in, he'd erase them. Then he'd start thinking about people.
That's okay if you know who you're thinking about.
But this isn't a case of who stole Farmer Brown's cow. What's the doctor for?
Nothing's turned up on any stolen medical supplies. No illegal drug sales. Anyway, that guy knew what he was doing when he came to giving a hypo. Just a possibility, that's all.
A lot of doctors in the country, Joe.
Yeah, I know.
You planning on checking all of them?
If I have to.
Well, what happens when you get to the end of that line? What about all the retired medics? And those that have been barred from practice?
Look, we'll be checking a lot of things within the next few weeks. Most of it won't mean much, but every now and then something may jibe. When it does, we'll write it down. Keep your eye on that blackboard, Charlie. When we erase the facts, we've got our case.
I get it, Rosie.
Norman speaking.
Oh, Charlie? Joe, can you meet me downtown, Lincoln Heights Station?
Yeah, what for?
I think we got the bum who drove the car from Riverside.
Okay. Give me a cigarette, will you, Joe? Thanks.
Let's try it again, Frankie.
Oh, give me a break, will you? I drove a car, that's all. I didn't have anything to do with the robbery. I didn't even know there was a robbery till I read in the papers.
Stop picking long shots, Frankie. Your luck ran out.
He's here.
Okay.
It's true, you've got to believe me. Some guy came up to me.
What guy?
I don't know his name, just a guy. Said he'd seen me hanging around L.A. looking for a hungry buck. Wanted to know if I'd like to make some quick dough.
And you said sure.
What else could I say? Hey, I was down to eating beans. All he wanted me to do was send a wire to some character on the train and then drive a car out to a field in Riverside. That's all. A perfectly honest job. I thought it was legitimate.
What did he say he'd pay you?
Huh?
$1 an hour?
What did he pay you?
$5,000.
It's quite a day's pay.
Go on.
I did it. I was in that field when he told me to be. Could have knocked me over when that copter came in.
They tell you what they'd been up to?
No, honest, they are. Honest, no. See, nobody said anything. All the way into San Badu. Nobody said nothing. Only this guy moaning and bleeding. Nobody saying anything. It gave me the creeps.
Come on, Frankie. That's a long drive.
I just told you, nobody said nothing. There was just this guy and...
What was it, Frankie? What did you just remember?
Well, was his dame, see?
What about the dame?
Well, this guy's moaning must have gotten on her nerves because she said a couple of things to one of the guys shut her up.
What'd she say?
I don't know. See, it sounded kind of foreign, like, Nam Breeze, or Nam. Was Nam something.
Nombre de Dios. How's that sound?
Yeah, that's it.
Anything else you can remember?
No, nothing. That's all there was. See, I drove the car back to San Badu. The guy paid me off. He told me to scram.
Who paid you?
Sheesh. I don't know. It was dark. I couldn't see anything. I hung around San Badu a couple of days, and then I got restless. See, I'm always getting restless moving around.
Will you come in, please?
All right.
Ever seen this man before, Frankie? Recognize him?
Take your time.
No. Is that all?
That's all, Mr. Wolf. Thanks for coming down.
What do you want?
I'd just like word with you, if you don't mind.
Why don't you guys leave me alone? I don't like people busted in here, cops or no cops.
I'm not a cop. I'm an insurance investigator.
Well, I don't need any, mister.
It's a cozy place you've got here.
Do you mind? I'm superstitious.
Gonna run out of ink pretty soon.
You know, if I thought you were gonna case my couch, I'd have had soft lights and sweet music.
No. Now, I'd just like you to answer a couple of questions.
Now, look, mister. Why don't you go back to your insurance boss and tell him that you drew a blank? I already told you and that other guy, the cop, everything I know. I'm fresh out of answers.
Maybe you are and maybe you aren't.
What does that mean?
Frankie Page, he seemed to know you.
But it turned out he didn't, after all. You were there.
Yeah. A couple of nights in jail, though, may refresh his memory.
All right. You got something on your mind. What is it?
Did you kill Harry Lombard?
No.
When's the last time you saw him?
3 years ago.
You're lying, Wolf. Did you ever see Frankie Page before?
No.
Wolf, you're too sharp a poker player to run a bluff in a game like this.
What's that supposed to mean?
Frankie Page, you may remember. He may talk. It could mean 20 years.
Count them, Wolf. 20.
Lay off me, will you?
You kill Harry Lombard and bury his body in Chatsworth?
Leave me alone.
You own a ranch in Chatsworth, don't you?
Is it a crime to own real estate?
No.
Just so long as you don't use it as a private cemetery.
I told you I don't own nothing.
Not even Paul Bruckner?
No. No.
Come clean, Wolf. You've been tailed since the first day of this case. Every move, every phone call, everybody you saw. Why'd you kill Harry Lombard?
I didn't kill him. It was an accident. His gun went off, and then Bruckner...
Oh, you do know Bruckner?
You and Bruckner, you planned this whole thing, didn't you?
No. No, it was Bruckner. He just came to me and asked me if I wanted to make some dough.
How do you know you weren't Simon Pure?
Well, somebody told him I used to fly wetbacks up from Mexico.
Who told him?
I don't know. Maybe his dame. I don't know. It was a long time ago. I just thought I was going to pick up some wetbacks near Winston. I don't know nothing about no robbery.
The DA wouldn't buy that if you were blind drunk, Wolf.
20 years.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay. I was in on it. I knew what I was doing, but I didn't plan it. It was Bruckner. Bruckner was the brains. He set it up.
That's who you were protecting?
Sure. But no more.
You lead us to him?
What's in it for me?
Wolf, there's a time to wheel and a time to deal.
This isn't your time.
Okay. They ran out on me. Him and his wife. They got all the dough. I didn't get nothing. A couple of grand, nothing.
You know where they are now?
Yeah, I know where they are. They were staying at my place in Chatsworth, and they left sudden, so I followed them. They're at a motel in Culver City. I'll write down the address for you.
You're remembering better all the time.
Something else you don't know. That dame ain't no blonde.
Go on.
And Bruckner took a bum rap as a medic.
This gets better all the time. And you will talk to the DA.
Why not? They ran out on me, didn't they? Sure, I'll talk. I'll tell them everything.
That's what I had to find out.
Papers are giving us a bad time. Have you read this one?
Yeah, I read it over a cold cup of coffee.
That isn't all that's cold. We've got a dead-end case. It's too bad. Wolf would have broken sooner or later.
He broke all right down the middle.
Yeah. No, thanks. I never thought he was the type. In fact, I still don't.
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe? You saw him. He was cocky, a tough little guy. You'd never figure him to do the Dutch.
Maybe he wasn't as tough as we figured.
Yeah. Wolf had $65,000 buried in that hangar. You'd have thought he'd have had one big fling. Not shoot himself in a crummy room.
Well, you never can tell what a conscience will do to a man. Can even destroy him.
Yeah, and a case.
I think I'll call Hendricks and have him take me off the case. See if I get a couple of weeks into Mexico before the summer's over.
You might as well, before you're too old to cross the border. As of now, we're nowhere.
That's what Ruth and I need. New places, new faces. Well, Joe, don't say it hasn't been fun.
Yeah, just one big party. Bring me back some jumping beans.
I'll do that. So.
Hello, Armstrong. Just a minute, Charlie. Yeah? Yeah. Okay. That was the DA's office.
What do they have to say?
From now on, we play it my old man's way. From here in, we're dealing with people.
What do you mean by that?
We've got Mr. Big, old Doc Sloan. He panicked during a routine customs inspection at Tijuana this morning. Tried to drive through the barrier. They shot him.
And?
He's dead.
Was there anyone with him?
Yeah. The woman. But she got away. They found $200,000 on him. She must have the rest. Well, Charlie, looks like you're going to Mexico after all.
Yeah, but not the way I'd planned.
Look, why don't you call Hendricks before we leave? Once we get the woman, you've recovered the bulk of the money. Your job's over.
So?
So, you and Ruth could take off from Tijuana.
Not a bad idea. She could pack and meet me down there Saturday.
Even if we don't pick up the woman right away, it'll give you and Ruth a chance to brush up on your Spanish. And that's not counting the money.
What money?
Why, the money you'd save on plane tickets. No tax in Mexico. You'd save $60.
Oh, sure. I forgot about that.
Every little bit helps, Charlie.
Good idea. I think I'll call Hendricks. He'll probably go for it.
Right, you do that. Then go home and pack a clean shirt. I'll pick you up in a couple of hours, huh?
You should have let me pack. I could have kept all the creases in the right places.
You'll have enough to do.
Anything special you want me to bring down, like your fishing gear?
I won't be doing any fishing, Ruthie.
Well, you can if you want to.
I'll have plenty to do. Oh, by the way, there's a dispatch case in the back of the car. Some stuff from the office. Just throw it in with the rest of the bags, will you?
From the office?
Yeah, some annual reports. I promised Hendricks I'd finish them up in Mexico. It'll only take me a day or so.
Well, he's got his nerve.
Well, the important thing is he's letting us go. Sorry you're getting stuck with the packing.
No, I don't mind. It'll be fun now that we're really going.
You just throw everything in the car. I'll meet you at the border on Saturday.
Oh, it's Joe.
Goodbye, Ruthie.
Charlie, aren't you going to kiss me?
Sure. Goodbye, Ruthie.
Here, and here. The road south to Rosarito Beach. The road to Tecate. They're all covered. We have hopes.
You won't have any trouble. She's got $200,000 on her, and she's a blonde.
The money may help. She could show it to the wrong person. But I'm not sure about the blonde. He was shot before dawn. It was still dark. But when the woman ran away, one of the inspectors got a look at her. He couldn't tell much, but he was sure she was not a blonde.
All of our witnesses said blonde. They saw her in a lighted corridor, not on a dark street.
Well, she could have used dye.
Still doesn't mean her hair was brown.
He didn't say she had brown hair, Senor Norman. He really said she wasn't blonde.
Well, what difference does it make? We still don't know what she looks like. All we know is that she's a woman. Blonde, brown, red, or green hair. Just a woman.
True, but she's a woman on the run. There's no place she could go without attracting some attention.
I'm for a shower and a thick steak. How about you?
I thought I'd stop by the airport and check on those tickets.
Okay, I'll see you later. Might even buy you a beer if the swindle sheet can stand it.
What's the deal, Joe? Want me to drop you by the hotel?
No, don't bother. The town's full of cats. Hey, don't smash up Lieutenant Castro's car.
Felicidad, amor. De esto depende el vivir. Reír, cantar. Es un placer amar, vivir así, te puedes encontrar.
Yes, senor. Where's Bobby? He's out. I'll wait. Suit yourself. Drink? Oh, thanks.
I'll have a drink, senor.
Is it all right?
Is it all right, Gringolito?
Sure, give her a drink. Con nada.
Más vale mi amigo.
She's a big girl. Give her a drink.
You heard what he said, mozo. Give me scotch.
Felicidad, amor.
You're nice, Gringolito. I want to drink with you.
I don't drink.
Is that because you're good?
Not particularly.
You are good. A good little Anglo with pretty brown eyes and lots of American dollars.
Where's Bobby?
Didn't you hear the mozo? He's not in. Dance with me.
Where is he?
Dance with me. If you dance with me, I'll tell you.
No, I think I'll sit this one out.
With Bobby in his office.
With Bobby in his office.
Who are you? What do you want?
I'm looking for a woman, Bobby.
So few women in Tijuana, you must look for one in my office? Get out.
This is a particular kind of a woman, Bobby.
What kind of woman is that?
The kind that Al Wolf would have brought you. The kind that needed help. Like Lombard needed help. Only he doesn't need it anymore.
Lombard. 114 Calle Rosarita del Flores, Tijuana.
About that woman, Bobby.
How?
I've known about you and Al Wolf for a long time, playing your high-class wetback game. A lot of people could use a passport away out of the country. Life can be cruel, Bobby. But it paid. It bought Wolf an airport and you a club.
You're crazy.
I haven't got much time. Where's the woman?
Are you police?
I wouldn't be playing around if I were. Where is she, Bobby?
I'll take you to her. First, I make a phone call.
You're not very bright, Bobby.
Very well. She's here, safe. Her husband arranged for 2 Argentine passports. After the board of fiasco, I took her in.
You still have the passports?
Yes. They are beautiful.
And away out of Mexico?
Also beautiful. But it will cost money.
How much?
$20,000. But it is foolproof. I'd send my own mother that way.
You probably have. I'll be using those passports.
You? For yourself?
I want them tomorrow night.
Money?
Half tomorrow night. Half when you get us into Buenos Aires. Don't argue, Bobby. I'm not in the mood. Now take me to her. Hello, Linda.
Charlie. You thought I'd left you. You think I wanted to go with Paul. Charlie threatened to tell the police. Money gave him a feeling of power, dreams of a new life. With me. But he didn't make it.
But we will, Linda. Everything will be all right. My share of the money will be handed me tomorrow. In 24 hours, we'll be halfway to Argentina. We'll be together, Linda.
Two of us.
Oh, there's no way. It's not happening.
Charlie. Yeah. I was just going to look for you.
Oh, what's that?
We just got a call from Cabot. Leighton Prince. We've got an ID on Sloan.
Oh.
Old Doc Sloan. His real name was Paul Bruckner. Lived in San Francisco. Married to a Mexican girl named Linda. He was legitimate, too. Till he was kicked out for malpractice.
You're creeping up on him.
Once you've got a man's right name, he quits being a shadow.
What's the next step?
We dig into Bruckner's life in San Francisco. What tonsils he took out, what babies he delivered, how he lost his license.
Oh, you want some coffee, Joe?
Me? No, thanks. I'm stimulated enough. Besides, I had to drink your beer, too, last night.
Last night? I went right to my room. So I better get going. I've got to meet Ruth at the border.
When does she do?
5 o'clock.
I'll go with you.
That's all right, Joe. I can manage. Thanks.
Sure you can. But I don't want to miss seeing Ruth's face when she finally gets to Mexico. Here, wait a minute. Looks like you're going away for 10 years.
Yes, it looks like it, doesn't it? Shall we unpack now?
No, why don't we wait till after dinner?
Whenever you say, Charlie. I'm tired. Very tired.
Why don't you take a nap for an hour or so?
Well, what'll you be doing?
Why? Thought I'd go over these annual reports.
Why? I thought you'd reserved that job for Mexico City.
Changed my mind. I think I'll do it now.
I was going to surprise you, take along your fishing gear. Put it in there. So I had a key made and I opened the case. It was to be a surprise. A joke. Something to laugh about.
What'd you do with the money?
I mailed it to Mr. Hendricks. No return address.
You crazy fool. You know what you've done, do you?
I'll be in a sec.
Why'd you do it? Why?
Why? What does it matter? I killed a man to protect that money. to protect that money.
Then you'll have to kill me, won't you, Charlie? What do you want from me?
A few hours. Just a few hours.
I was willing to give you my whole life. What's the few hours? Charlie, don't turn away from me. Let me touch you. Let me talk to you.
Nothing to say.
But there's so much to say. Please. At least tell me what we were going to do.
We weren't going to do anything. I was going to leave you.
But I loved you, Charlie. Wasn't that enough?
Once it was.
Where did I fail you?
Didn't fail me. People change, Ruth.
Charlie. We had so much, Charlie. Why? Why?
A house becomes a prison, a job, a trap.
What did you want?
A new kind of life, the kind that $200,000 could have bought me.
Alone?
Alone.
But you can't have that now.
No, you fix that.
Charlie, if you went to them, if you said I did it, I'm sorry, you're getting the money back. Charlie, I'd wait. I had the strength, I had the patience. I'd wait no matter how long.
There isn't time enough in all eternity, Ruth. I killed a man. You couldn't wait for me. Goodbye, Ruthie.
That's the way you want it, alone. And goodbye. Goodbye, Charlie.
Hey, Charlie, wait a minute. We got some more on Bruckner.
What?
Lieutenant Castro checked it for me. A hunch, but he paid off. Bruckner was married here in Tijuana 7 years ago to a singer in a club named Linda Alvarez. Where was that club?
In Aguacaliente, but they went out of business.
Did she sing anyplace else?
Perhaps. It won't take long to find out. There are a few secrets in Tijuana.
Well, I've got to go. I've got to get some things for Ruth.
No. No, not until you have a drink with me. Or did you have too much to drink last night? One of my men saw the car parked right next to Bobbick's last night. Police cars attract an awful lot of attention in that district.
I stopped for a drink on my way back from the airport.
It wasn't the drink you stopped for. You probably heard about the dancer they have there. She's pretty nice, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, sure. I've got to run. I'll see you later.
A very impatient man. Bobbick's is hardly the place for a tourist. Or is your friend trying to combine business with pleasure?
Maybe.
Who is it?
It's Joe, Ruth. Can I come in?
Oh, wait a minute. Come in.
Anything wrong?
Oh, no, of course not. Why?
Oh, I don't know. You and Charlie, you both seem a bit edgy. Sure everything's all right?
I just told you, everything is fine. Why shouldn't it be?
Ruth, I've known you a long time. You don't lie very well.
What do you mean?
Is Charlie in any trouble?
Why don't you stop being a cop? You make a case out of everything.
Ruth, you're making one out of this.
Well, there's no trouble. Unless a few words between husband and wife. Sometimes Charlie flies off. We just had a little argument, that's all.
How can anybody argue with you? Or maybe I'm just prejudiced.
Well, who knows better than you? Charlie's been under a lot of strain.
Sure, every case is an ulcer. But in this one, the way our Charlie's been riding himself.
Maybe it interfered with his holiday. He promised it to himself and to me. A real fiesta. The way a kid looks forward to a birthday party. He's just overworked. He's been edgy for months. Ever since Hendricks sent him up to San Francisco. Well, I hadn't read them. I expected to on the plane. It's a long trip to Mexico City.
Yeah. Long trip. All of 6 hours. Enough reading for a year. Operator, I want to speak to Mr. Sam Hendricks, Victoria 94901, Burbank, California. That's right. All right away? Good. Hello, Hendricks? Armstrong. Yeah, from Tijuana. Oh, fine, fine. Look, Hendricks, Charlie was on a case several months ago up in San Francisco. Can you give me any dope on it? I'll explain later. Yes, I'll wait.
You know, people on a plane are choosy. They like to read things that are bright. Take their mind off the possibility of a crash.
Repeat that. A phony accident claim. 8 months ago, huh? Yeah. A doctor? Who? Dr. Paul Bruckner, huh? Thank you.
Take their mind off. Crash.
I'm sorry, Ruth.
It was all planned.
I changed my mind. I don't want to go to Buenos Aires direct. I want to go to Acapulco by boat. I'll pay you more for the passports.
How much more?
5,000.
Bueno. $25,000, payable now. You get everything. Passports, birth certificates, everything.
What about passage south?
See Alfredo Rodriguez, Casa del Norte, Rosarito Beach. You tell him Bobbick sent him a fisherman. He will understand.
What will he charge?
What does it matter? A few $100, maybe $500, $600, who knows? It's cheap. Now, you got the money?
If you've got the passports.
I'll tell you, you tell me. Children. Money.
the money, Pollock.
Charlie.
Wait a minute, come on. This way.
Charlie!
Get the car, we can't make it.
Take that car and block off the other side of the street. Da la vuelta a la manzana y ciérrales el paso. Y llama a la jefatura que traigan más coches. Todas las salidas, detengan el fuego por la gente, síganme. Cubre esa puerta de allá, tú esa y tú cubre la puerta de atrás.
Charlie. Joe. This wasn't on the timetable either.
almost done. Oh, I know what to put in the background. God, I was trying to figure it out.
At first, all I could see was this face coming toward me. Then I saw the room. A queer, mirrored room. And somehow, I was inside it. There was danger there. I knew that. I wanted to turn and run, but I couldn't. It seemed as if my brain was handcuffed, and I had to do what I'd come to do. It was a dream. Those two thumbprints on my neck. They weren't there last night when I undressed. But it couldn't be. It was a nightmare. Talk about your realistic dreams. I couldn't have done it to myself. Choke myself without waking up. Must have scratched myself. There they were. The button and that odd-shaped key. The things out of the dream. I'd never seen them before. I didn't have them when I undressed last night. That button wasn't mine. The key wasn't mine. But if they were there, it must have happened. The dream, the struggle, the murder, everything. But how? Would something like that happen and I not know it? Was I going insane? A jackhammer started pounding inside my head. I had to see if the outside world was still there. The street below looked the same as it did last night. The same greasy spoon where I eat now and then. The same traffic noises, the same characters lounging around. There was nothing the matter out there. It was in here with me. My stomach was riding a roller coaster. I was sick. I couldn't face going to work. Give me Fitzroy, 5103.
Fremont National Bank, Bill speaking. Oh, yes, Grayson. Mm-hmm. What seems to be the trouble? Oh? It could be the flu. Mm-hmm. Yes. All right, all right. Goodbye.
Good morning, Joe.
Good morning, Mr. Jackson.
Oh, isn't it a lovely morning? Lots of things I'd rather do than work today.
Good morning, Mr. Vinya.
Morning, Betty. Vince Grayson just called. He's not feeling well. Will you take his window today?
Oh, is Vince sick? What did he say it was?
To figure it out, the sicker I got. Suddenly, the room started spinning. $40, $50.
Federal 7648. Hotel Commodore. Vince Grayson's room, please. He doesn't answer? Thank you.
Funny he shouldn't be there, isn't it? If he was sick. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
I better check his books, just to make safe.
Miss, would you like to take this money, or should I try another bank? had to get out of my room, out into the sunshine. I had to stay out of the shadows. And I knew that tonight, I'd be afraid of the dark. I had to talk to somebody about this crazy thing. Betty? I'd get sympathy from Betty. What I needed was an explanation. Cliff, my brother-in-law, he ought to be able to figure out something. I got to Cliff's place just before dinner. My sister Lil told me he was out in the garage. Hello, Cliff.
Oh, hi, Vince. How's the boy?
Cliff, I want to talk to you.
Be with you as soon as I finish sanding this. Exact reproduction of Martha Washington's bed. What's the matter, kid? Something on your mind?
I need your help.
You and Betty have a fight or something?
Cliff, this is going to sound screwy. Last night I dreamed I killed a man. I don't know who or where it was supposed to be. I stabbed him with a steel bore. During the fight, a button came off in my hand. When I'd killed him, I locked the body in a closet and took the key. And then when I woke up, well, look. And this morning there was blood on my wrist. I figured maybe I'd scratch myself in my sleep, my ear or my nose or someplace. So I just washed it off. That was before I saw these.
You're all in pieces, aren't you?
Cliff, you gotta help me. You don't know what I've been going through all day.
Where'd you get this? I mean, where'd you first get it before you dreamed about it?
Don't you understand what I've been telling you? I didn't have it before I dreamed about it. I never saw it before then. Then when I wake up, it turns out real.
Now, look, Vince, I've warned you before. You're working too hard.
Don't you understand? There's a door somewhere this very minute this key belongs to. There's a man propped up behind it dead. And I don't know where, nor who he is, or how, or why it happened. Only that I must have been there. I must have done it. Or why would it come to me in my sleep like this? And these things...
Now, look. You had those things before. You picked them up somewhere. And you misplaced them a long time ago. And last night you had a Welsh rabbit or one drink too many, so you dreamed up a nightmare. And in it you remember these old things and wove them in it.
No, no.
Now, don't say no. Either you dream a thing or it really happened. Don't worry. If you dreamed that you had a fight with a guy and rammed something in him, you'd wake up.
It happened, Cliff. I tell you, it happened.
You dreamed it. You had those things before. You've just been stretching your nerves thin, kid.
So that's your answer. That's all you can tell me, huh?
Cliff, Vince, dinner's ready.
If I tell you I didn't have these things
Throw
before...
those things away. And look, not a word of this to Lil. You understand? She's been worrying about you enough already.
You haven't helped me a bit. Not even a nickel's worth.
Well, naturally not. You expect me to arrest you for murdering a man in your dream? Well, the rest will have to happen in a dream, too. Because I'm off duty when I'm dreaming. Come on, kid. Let's get some dinner. And smile for Lil, will you?
You men coming in or not? You want your soup to get cold? I keep cracking the polish off of that one nail.
Are you lucky? Lil's got a rib roast tonight. You know I'm getting jealous of that butcher.
Vince, why did you tell me you've been working hard at the bank all day?
Because I did.
How are you feeling, Vince? I thought you were sick.
I was. I just didn't feel well.
I kept calling your room all day. No one was there. Mr. Billiard got suspicious.
Can't a guy take a day off? I just didn't feel like going to work, and I wasn't sick enough to stay in my room. Now, why does everybody have to make such a big thing of it?
Vince.
Blood. I washed it off. I don't know how long I was blacked out. I hazily remembered coming to for a moment and falling asleep again. It was sometime past midnight when something awakened me. Cliff, I blacked out.
You certainly did. The truth? Oh, not what you think. Not that dream business. The real truth. But you've been wearing yourself out. Why, you passed out like an neurotic.
Take the key to the button. You must have often had less than that to start out on. Find out where they came from and find out what they were doing on me. Find out where that mirrored room is.
Forget them once and for all. Forget them.
I can't. They're my only clue to what happened.
Nothing happened. You're just selling yourself a phony bill of goods. Just as phony as that idea that the nail polish was blood. That's the kind of trick your mind's been playing on you.
Oh, it can't be that.
And don't crack to Lil about this nonsense or I'll... Well, just don't crack. She's fretted about you for years, ever since your mother died. And right now, it'd be the worst time of all.
Now? What do you mean?
Well, I wasn't going to tell you until later. Lil's going to have a kid.
Oh, that's fine. That's great, Cliff.
Okay, so now you know, so forget it. And if you harp on that spooky business that will help me, I'll drag you off to a doctor. Now go on, kid, try and get some sleep.
Sleep? I felt I'd never sleep again till I knew the answer. I had to find that house where that nightmare took place. I had to know.
I have a lovely house with a mirror-lined powder room on the second floor. Octagonal? No, it's only 4 square. However, Mr. Grayson, if you'll come and look at it, I'm certain...
No, thanks. I'm sorry. That's not what I'm looking for. 6 days went by without a lead. I scoured the papers. Not one line about the murder. And all week I'd been avoiding Betty. I just couldn't face her with this thing gnawing at my brain. Who is it?
Cliff.
Hello, Cliff.
Hi, boy. Wait till you see what I've got downstairs. Come on. Put it on. Let's go.
John, I don't want to go anywhere.
I want you to see my new second-hand car that I just got in exchange for my old second-hand car.
Please, Cliff, I don't want to go anywhere.
What are you trying to be, a groundhog? Lil and I are taking a ride in the country. Little picnic.
Listen, I'm all right. I don't need any fresh air jaunts to shake the devils out of me, if that's what you're doing.
Now, look, do you want Lil to worry any more than she is, after what I told you about her? Come on.
Now, look, Cliff, if you think this is going to do any good...
Don't be a drip. Come on.
Hello, Betty.
Hello, Vince.
Hiya, Lil.
I'm fine. Vince, I want you to know this wasn't my idea.
What do you mean? I'm glad you picked me up.
Well, where should we go, kids? Or anywhere. I don't care.
How about Solanda Canyon?
All right.
Solanda Canyon. It just popped into my head. Why? Betty and I always preferred the beach. But something made me say Solanda. Somehow it seemed important.
Do you know where you're going?
Nope. But I got a hunch further down this road, we'll find just the right spot.
Did you ever see anything so stubborn? I'm sure that the ants here are just as friendly as the ants farther down. Now, what's wrong with that place over there?
Nothing, but,
Well, stop then. It's getting late, and besides, I'm hungry.
Okay, okay, my love. That's just what I was going to do. Ah, this is the life. Toss me another one of those marshmallows, will you, beloved?
At thy wish, master. Plop.
Mommy, you're wonderful.
Uh-huh. Just as long as the marshmallows last.
Vince, are you coming back to work tomorrow?
I don't think so.
Mr. Billio asked me to go out with him yesterday.
Well, why didn't you go? Why tell me?
Vince, what is it? What's the matter?
Just forget about me, will you?
What is it? Did I do something?
No, it's not your fault. It's just that... Look, we're through. There's nothing we can do about it. Don't call me up. Don't pay any attention to me. Get somebody else. Get anybody. Be better for you.
Lil, you're a big girl now.
Well, I can't help it. You know what lightning does to me.
We better go. Hey, kids, it's gonna rain.
Oh!
Holy smoke, you didn't have to take me seriously.
Yes, Benny, come on, let's go!
Darn wipers won't work.
You should have tried them before you bought it, dear.
All right, all right.
I can't stand anymore. Stop at the first place you come to and let's get out of this.
All right, baby, now calm down. No houses around here. That bridge. I'd seen it before. But when?
There's a cutoff a little ways ahead, just around the turn. There's a big house up there, I think.
You know this section?
Have you been here before?
There's a cutoff.
Are you going to get us more lost than ever?
No, keep going. You'll come to it. 2 big posts, and then turn the car between them. I didn't know myself how I knew that. But the closer we came, the harder my heart pounded. And the more frightened I got.
There they are. Turn quick between those posts like he told you.
Doesn't seem to be anybody home.
Well, I wish we could get in.
Thought there'd be a key someplace.
Vince, are you going to stay out there all day? Come on in. Let's have some light.
Not that one.
What is this, a rib? How do you know so much about this place?
It's a rib. Your brother Vince, the great joker. Hello, anybody home?
Don't do that.
He's cold. He's shaking.
So are you. Let's find a place to dry out before you catch cold.
Looks like they've been away a long time. Your being a detective comes in handy. In case anybody shows up, we won't get into trouble for crashing in like this.
Yeah. Let's see what gives with the fireplace. That's a break. It's a gas log. Tuck yourself down. Dry out before you catch a chill.
Ooh, I am tired. Come on, Betty, share the warmth.
I'll scout the kitchen. Some hot tea wouldn't hurt you a bit.
I feel better already. Vince, why don't you come over here by the fire?
This is the place, all right.
Yeah. Wipe your brow. Have you got it?
What are you two doing up there?
Keep her downstairs. Keep her downstairs.
Down in a minute, Lil. Watch the tea in the kitchen. I got some water boiling.
All right, but I wish you'd stop poking around.
That's what he was crouched in front of that night. He must have been using a blowtorch. That's what made that bluish light. It made her face stand out in the reflections like a mask. That must be the one I propped him up in after I... No, don't. Yet. Give me a chance. Cut it out. Dry blood. Someone who was hurt was in here. Somebody who was dead.
Vin, Cliff, come on down and have some tea. I'll take these back to the kitchen.
I'll take it. The rain ought to let up soon. Meanwhile, catch yourselves a nap. Close it. I don't want them to hear this. Now let's hear about another dream.
You think I lied, don't you?
You knew how to get here from a dream, didn't you? You knew where the key was from a dream, didn't you? Oh, that fumbling around didn't fool me. You even knew where the light switch was from a dream. If you weren't Lil's brother, I'd push your lying face out to the back of your head.
But I tell you, Cliff, I tried...
You came to me for help. You didn't have guts enough to come clean. To say, Cliff, I went out to such and such a place in the canyon last night and killed a guy. Such and such a guy for such and such a reason.
But I tell you...
No, you had to cook up a dream. I can respect a guy, no matter how rotten a crime he's committed, who'll own up to it. I can understand a guy who'll deny it flatly. But a guy that'll come to someone trading on the fact he's married to his sister, abuse his common sense, and make a fool out of him like you did to me.
But I didn't.
I got no use for him. He's lower than the lowest rat we ever brought in for knifing somebody in an alley. Look, I found this key in my pocket when I woke up. I found this button playing on my sympathies, getting me to think in terms of doctors and medical observation. Was that it? Was it?
No, Cliff, I swear to you,
Some dream, that was. Well, the dream's over with. The baby's awake now. I'm going to get the facts out of you, and whether they go any further than me or not, that's my business. But at least I'm going to have them.
How can I tell you what I don't know?
What were you doing here that night? What brought you here?
I was never here before. I never saw the place till the day when I came here with you and Lil.
Who was the guy you killed? What was his name?
I'm in agony already without...
Are you going to answer me? Are you?
I can't. You're asking me things I can't answer. That's the Almighty, or whoever watches over us at night when we're unconscious.
Who was the guy? Why did you kill him? Why? I've handled close-mouthed guys before. You're going to tell me, or I'm going to have kill you with my own hands.
Get over there.
What is this?
I'll ask the questions. What are you two doing in here?
You came in out of the rain. That suit you?
Not yet. Identify yourselves and be quick about it.
Help yourself.
Thanks, Early. Headquarters Homicide Division, huh?
How about doing a little identifying yourself?
Well, I'm a deputy attached to the county sheriff's office out this way. Torrance is the name.
My brother-in-law, Vince Grayson.
How do you do? I'm detailed to keep an eye on this place. I was home having a little bite to eat, then on my way back to the station. Say, how'd you get in here? Thought I had it locked up.
The key was under a flower box on the porch.
It was? Must have been a spare. I have the original. We didn't know there was a second one.
What do you mean you're detailed to keep an eye on this place?
But didn't you know? There was a murder committed here last week.
There was? I'd like to hear more about that. Sounds interesting.
No, thanks. I cut them out about a month ago. Always carry a pack of these now.
No, thanks. This place belonged to a wealthy couple named Belknap. Husband frequently goes on long business trips. He was away when it happened, Mexico. In fact, we haven't been able to notify him yet. His wife was a pretty little thing. Was kind of flirty. There's a young duck she used to run around with. His name was Bob Clune. Was. Milkman found Mrs. Belknap about daybreak Monday near a road that leads over here. Dead? Dying, unconscious, both legs broken, skull fractured, insides all busted up. Kind of gets him, doesn't it? Things like this are new to him, I guess. What had happened? Car did it to her. We found the car. Blood and hair on the tires. Bob Clune's car. Well, then Warner, that's my chief, he come over here to have a look around. He finds a safe busted in a mirrored room upstairs. Take you up and show you if you want.
Mirrored room, huh?
Well, that gave us a case. Clune knew that Belknap had a lot on the safe when he left for Mexico. He came here, started to heist it, and Mrs. Belknap caught him. She ran out afraid he'd kill her. He got his car, chased her down the road, and ran over her.
Pretty brutal. All of a sudden, life was swell again. I don't know how to drive, I kept thinking. Cliff knew that, too.
Have a smoke, kid. Anyway, that's a case we thought we had till Wednesday morning. Thought you had? We sent out an alarm for Clune. Then Wednesday, Mrs. Belknap came, too. The first thing she asked was, is Bob all right? He didn't kill Bob Clune, did he? He? Yeah. What she told us sent us hot-footing right back here. We find Clune's body propped up behind one of those mirrored doors upstairs. He'd been stabbed with an awl. She died that night. Well, went our case.
Did you get anything on the real killer?
Practically everything, except the guy himself. All the dope's over at my chief's office. I was just on my way over there. You interested?
Oh, it's right up my alley. Might be able to even help you find the killer.
Glad to have you come along.
I'll have to tell the girls we'll be gone for a while.
Shouldn't let it get you, kid. This is just routine with us.
I know, it's just that I'm not used to this kind of discussion, I guess.
Yeah, I can understand that. I was a little bit squeamish myself when I first started on the job.
They're both asleep. I left a note. Come on, Vince.
I'll stay here.
Come on, Vince. Funny, I didn't see anything in the LA papers about it, Captain Warner.
They've been playing ball with us. We had an idea if the killer didn't read about us finding the bodies, he might come back to take a look. Maybe to find out what happened to Mrs. Belknap. Here's a description she gave us before she died. The killer was about 24, medium build, light brown wavy hair, worn rather long. His eyes were fixed and glassy, as though he was mentally unbalanced.
You got any pictures on them? Mrs. Belknap, Clune, I mean.
We had some photographs taken in the morgue.
Let's have a look.
Got any ideas?
Nothing in particular. Just thought it might tie in with something at our office. Take a look, Vince. Who knows? You might even know these people.
It was them, all right. The faces and the dreams. That woman and the man I killed. Now I knew there was no escape. I was a murderer. I...
Out like a light.
What do you suppose did it? Those death pictures?
Things like this sure get him. I noticed that before.
He's not well. He gets these dizzy spells now and then.
It's only since I started...
Shut up. Yeah, that's better. He'll be all right. As soon as I get him home. Thanks, Warner. I'll be seeing you.
Okay.
Thanks, Lil. I'm sorry the rain spoiled the picnic.
You take care of yourself.
I'll call you.
I'm going up with Vince for a while.
My pet, you happen to be in a load.
Well, Smiley's on this beat. If he says anything, just tell him whose car it is. Lil's waiting downstairs. I'm going to take her home first before I do anything. I love Lil. I think you love Betty, but that's your business. All I know is I love Lil. It's bad enough what this is going to do to her when she finds out. I'm going to see that she gets at least one good night's sleep before she does.
What am I going to do, Cliff?
I don't have to ask you if you killed him. You passed out cold when you saw their photographs in dip. In the morning, I'm going to take you down and turn in what I know at my own precinct house. And they can pass it on to Warner. And then I'm going to turn in my badge.
I'm scared stiff.
Killers always are. Afterwards. I'll be back in the morning. I beg your pardon.
Look, he's trying to make up his mind.
Can't you go any faster? Got her wide open.
Let go!
Why didn't you let me? I didn't think of that way out.
Vince! Oh, Vince!
I didn't want to drag you into this.
What is it? If you were in trouble so horrible that you wanted to...
Darling, don't.
He won't try it again, Betty. Just keep that thought.
But why, Cliff? Why?
Never mind now. You go on down. Take Lil home. But don't tell her anything about that. Just say that I thought it was better if I stayed here with Vince tonight. He's not feeling well. Okay?
Cliff, whatever it is that's come between us, promise me you'll help him.
You go on now. And take care of Lil.
Cliff?
I wake you up?
No, I can't sleep.
Have a smoke.
What about the arrest, Cliff?
Cancel for now. When a guy's willing to die like you were, there must be something to his story.
I tried to tell you.
I don't think you really knew what you were doing that night. I think you're telling the truth to the best of your ability.
Oh, I'm licked. I'd rather not even talk about it. You might as well have let me jump. I'm dead inside already.
Still, I can't figure why you picked that way. Most of them try the bridge or poison or even gas.
Thought of that. This place hasn't any gas.
Yeah, good thing, too. More houses didn't have gas, there'd be less.
Yeah? Can be darned inconvenient if an electric light bulb burns out unexpectedly. Happened to a fellow in the next room the other night.
Yeah?
Yeah, I had to use a candle. Same night I had the dream.
Use a candle? How did you know? Were you in there with him?
No, he rapped, stuck his head in the door. Wanted to know if my light had gone out, too.
What'd you have to come in here for? Couldn't have told by the hall?
I don't know. There's a little night light around the bin in the hall. Maybe that's on a different circuit.
Still no reason for him to barge in on you. I'd like to hear the rest of this.
There isn't any rest of it. I've told you all there is.
Never mind. Now, who was he? Did you know him? Now, tell it to me step by step, like to a 6-year-old kid.
Okay. Well, the guy's name was Berg. He'd been living in the room about, a week or 10 days before that. Used to see him in the elevator. Chatted with him a couple of times in the lobby.
All right. Now, tell me what happened the night his light went out.
Well, I'd been in bed for some time, reading the paper like I do every night. Just put the lamp out and got to sleep when I heard this knock on the door.
Who is it? Harry Berg from next door. Pardon me, did I wake you?
No, I just turned out the light.
Oh, you did? The light in my room just went out. That's why I wanted to see you. I thought maybe the circuit was off. Your light working?
Try it.
Yes. It must have been the globe that burned out. Sorry I troubled you.
Not at all.
You're tired, aren't you? I can see you're pretty tired. I'm sorry.
Oh, really? It's all right.
You're tired, and I woke you up.
It's all right. I guess he kind of had a one-track mind. Used to mumbling to himself, maybe. Anyway, he finally closed the door and went away, and I dropped off to sleep.
Now, wait a minute. Are you sure the door closed after him? Did you see it close? Did you hear it close? Did it go like this? Did it make a click? Or did it go like this, without a click? I can see you're having trouble giving me a definite answer. You don't remember it either way.
Well, what difference does it make? Door must have closed. He went away and I went to sleep.
He was standing there with a candle in his hand, and he kept saying, "You're tired."
So what?
Eyes fixed and glassy as though he were mentally unbalanced.
What?
I was just remembering something in the deathbed statement Mrs. Belknap gave to Warner. You say you chatted with this fellow once in a while. What about?
Oh, sports, politics. Going down the elevator one time, he had a box of methylated cough drops in his pocket.
Go ahead, have one.
No, thanks. I don't like them.
Oh, go on. They're good for you.
No, thanks, really.
You should have one. Your voice sounds kind of hoarse.
I took one because I kind of felt sorry for him. I really hate those cough drops.
Testing willpower.
You seem to make something out of this silly thing. What is it?
I'm just guessing, that's all. You get some sleep, kid.
Where are you going? Hey, I thought you were going to stay here tonight.
You're gonna have to take one of your hats. I'm going out to the Belknap home and the Warner's headquarters while I'm out there.
Now? All the way out there, this hour of the morning?
I don't know what I've got yet, if anything. And Vince, don't try any more shortcuts.
That clock is always a little slow. It's like the horse I had yesterday.
Hello, kid. Come on up to your room.
Lil called a while ago. She's been worried.
Married to a cop for 15 years and still worried. You didn't tell her anything?
No.
Good.
Have you been up there all this time till now?
I went back to town once in between, get something I needed, get a leave of absence.
What for?
I'll tell you later. Open it.
Well, who is it? It's Bert. The man who had the room next door. Where'd you get this?
I didn't have to ask you who it was. I already know it from the desk clerk. A couple of others I showed it to, and they stopped back here early this morning. He's also Dorothy Belknap's husband, Louis Belknap.
What about me? Does this mean... Was he the one who...
There's no out in this for you, Vince. Not yet. I checked your fingerprints with the ones worn from the mirrored door. You found your way into Belknap's home. You punctured Bob Clune's heart with a bore and shoved his body into a closet.
And Mrs. Belknap?
You didn't kill her. You can't drive. We think Belknap drove you up there. Was waiting for you outside. Mrs. Belknap ran out, and her husband, using Clune's car, deliberately ran over her.
Why didn't I know what I was doing?
We think we know why, Vince. But there's only one way to prove it. Show that it could have happened in the first place by making it happen all over again.
I mean, go back and commit the crime over again?
Not exactly. You've killed a man, Vince. Right now, you're guilty. We've got to prove you didn't know what you were doing and why you didn't know.
What do you mean?
We haven't got much time. They located Belknap yesterday. He's flying back from Mexico this afternoon. He wired Warner to have his wife reburied in the family plot today. He'll be back in time for the funeral. Get your coat on.
Where are we going?
To the place you'd rather not go than all other places right now.
The mirrored room where I
know, kid. It's not going to be easy. You've got to go back there and stay tonight and wait for Belknap. He may be a dangerous killer, but it's your one chance to save yourself from paying for a murder. Think he can make it?
I was scared sick, but I got back into that house before Belknap returned from the funeral. A couple of friends drove back with him. I waited upstairs, looking down into the living room as they said goodbye.
Why don't you come and stay at our place tonight, Louis?
Yeah, we'd love to have you.
Don't worry yourselves about me.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night.
He was coming up. My blood turned to water. I wanted to scream out, to run away from there. But I had to stay. It was my only chance to save myself.
How'd you get here?
You showed me the way, didn't you?
You remembered coming here?
You didn't think I would, did you?
You couldn't have.
Then how'd I get here? You explain it.
How long have you been in here? Like this?
Since shortly before dark. I got in while you were at the funeral.
Who'd you bring with you?
Just this.
You remember the drive-up? You couldn't have. You had the look. The typical look.
Of the hypnotized subject? I faked it. I was holding a thumbtack pressed into each palm the whole way, so I wouldn't go under, no matter how good you were at it.
Then why did you do everything I directed? When I put the knife in your hand and told you what to do, you took it, eh?
I thought maybe you'd pay off to keep me quiet. And then if I balked, I figured I'd get a knife in my back.
But what happened? What went wrong inside? I let you out of the car, told you what to do.
I dropped the knife somewhere in the dark, but I came up anyway. Clune was stealing your dough and about to run out with your wife, wasn't that it?
Yes. Yes. But how?
I would have been killed by Clune, only your wife handed me a bore by mistake, and I had to use it to save myself.
Oh, that explains how she got out of the house. I had to finish her with his car. I might have known you were under imperfect control.
Oh, your control is perfect enough, Bill, now. Don't let that worry you. You still have the knack.
But you just said...
Yeah, and you fell for it. I didn't know what I was doing when I came up here to do your dirty job. I'd have never found you, but I saw your picture in the paper as a husband of the murdered woman and recognized you as Berg. I didn't come here to be paid off for what I did. Even though your will is stronger than mine, you know you couldn't make me commit murder. I killed that man in self-defense. But I'll never be able to clear myself in the eyes of the law. Ever. And I'm going to make you pay for doing that to me. Now. This way.
Wait. Don't do that. Alive, maybe I can do something for you. I'll give you money. I'll get you out of the country. No one will know.
My conscience will know. I've got an honest man's conscience in a murderer's body. You should have let me alone, Belknap. That was your mistake.
Wait, 1 minute. Give me 1 minute to make you see. Just 60 seconds. You don't want to kill me. Those two were plotting against me for months. I knew it. That's why I planned the whole thing. I had to do it. Don't you understand? You can understand that.
Stop it, Belknap.
Just a few seconds, please. You don't want to kill me. Look up. Look up, please. See? Just 30 seconds. And I'm sure I can make you understand. Just a few seconds.
Shall we take him now?
We've got to let him finish. We've got to have proof for a jury that he can actually put him under.
Just 15 seconds, that's all. That isn't much, is it? 15 seconds. Killing me won't calm your conscience. You don't really want to kill me, Grayson. Drop your gun. It's too heavy. Drop the gun, Grayson. Drop it. You're too tired to hold it up. Just drop it. You'll feel so much better. Just let go of it. Better still. Give the gun to me, Grayson. You're tired. Tired.
That horrible curtain closed over me again. I couldn't fight it. I knew he was taking me somewhere. I didn't want to go, but my brain was handcuffed. And I was walking through another nightmare.
Be quiet. We'd better get up there quick.
Hurley, Warner! He's got him out in the car by the garage.
Write what I say.
Hmm. Thanks for the heads up, Chelsea. Now I've got to think of something for sharp object.
Are you all right now, kid?
Yeah. Yeah. All of a sudden, I'm all right.
I'll see you inside. Too bad you have to go through the immigration, but good luck.
Thanks a lot for everything.
Come on. Vince, it must have been horrible.
It was.
If I didn't read the newspapers, I'd never know what my wonderful husband's doing.
If you knew, you'd never have let me do it.
Vince, we better go face the judge.
Now, don't worry. You've got a perfect plea of self-defense. Come on, Mother.
Scared, darling?
I'll be glad when it's over.
I'll be right there with you all the time.
It was just luck that Johnny Cabot and I happened to be in Camellia Gardens at the same time. I was here to prove a point.
A theory of mine. One that I've had for a long time about small towns, small living. But Cabot, he was here because he had to hide out. He had to get out of New Jersey, and he had to get out fast. Well, you probably read about it in newspapers. He was involved in that warehouse job on the New Jersey waterfront some 3 months ago. Whitey Roski had set it up, and then at the last minute, he didn't show.
Nails, bones, fangs. They're all very organic. I was thinking tools.
So he and Pete went
Because
ahead
it does
without
say
him.
sharp objects.
They walked right into a
But,
trap.
I don't know. Nails, bones, and fangs seem like they could count. Oh, maybe... Maybe I'll turn those things into objects.
Quick, Doc.
Johnny Cabot, come out of there.
Stay calm. Somebody ready?
Hiya, Kelly. Lovely to see you.
Come out with your hands up. We've got you covered.
Thank you for joining us. Just debating what to draw next.
What all can you give with 5 minutes to live? Hear the talk, tick-tock of the laughing clock. What can you do or say? Maybe
Is the sound on the film coming through all right now?
you better think positive. You got 5 minutes to live. Time is flying by. Now don't you sit there and let it fly. No time to wait, better not be late. Hey, don't exasperate. Get dressed up for your date. Hey, let's get primitive. You got 5 minutes to live.
Oh, good. Okay. Alright. Go this way this time. Haven't got a reference for
Johnny
this
hid
one,
out
so
in a
who
motel
knows
in
how it's going
Community
to go.
Gardens, 2,000 long miles from New Jersey. It was a quiet town, too quiet for Johnny with his big city taste. Well, he holed up in that motel room and he never went out. Just sat there, plunked on his guitar, and let his girl support him. She came out from New Jersey with him and took a job hashing in a local cafe. Used to be an entertainer. Played with a trio before Danny took him on. They were waiting for the heat to cool off.
Need any help?
Yeah, you can mend it.
Draw this bigger.
Honey, I don't think you appreciate me.
So what's to appreciate? All I want to know is how long we're going to rot in this two-bit town. I had a good job at that cocktail lounge in New Jersey. Big tips. Come here with you, I get big bunions. We got 10 square feet and always everything's lost. I was looking right at it.
What a life. This suburb life ain't for me.
Answer it.
Hello?
Doris, this is Max. Put Johnny on, will you?
So who says Johnny's here? You put the dime in the wrong slot.
This is important. Tell him that a guy that knows Danny wants to see him.
If I see him, I'll pass it on.
Who's that?
Oh, Max says he's got some friend of Danny's looking for you.
Danny's. Give me that phone.
Hey, I might find out who turned me into the police.
Doris, don't they have anything better than that for you to wear?
Our new Dior's models are late arriving.
Bowling alley?
What do you want?
Fred Durella, a friend of Danny's. It's got something to do with the guys back east.
Okay, be right over.
Good news?
Looks like I'm back in the big time.
Johnny.
You just stick with old Johnny boy, and we're gonna be right back up on top.
I made my first contact with Cabot through a friend of his who ran a bowling alley. Hey, Max. Max was a small-town punk, but he served my purpose.
Yes, sir, Mr. Durella. Hey, nice shot.
Thanks. Another drink.
Doreen?
Another Colonial Club and soda for Mr. Durella.
This one's on me. Hey, you really in on things. Do you really know who fingered Johnny?
Max, you talk too much.
Yes, sir.
Besides being late, tell me more about this Cabot.
Oh, I got you just the kind of guy you say you want. He's a good driver and good heater man and careful as they come. I got you a good man, Mr. Durella. When Danny gives the word, I act. But I was just thinking about my cut. There is something in it for me, ain't there?
The usual.
Well, I am taking a big risk, you know.
What big risk?
Well, you know.
This could end up looking either very spooky or very derpy.
Durella's getting mad.
I feel like it's gonna be very derpy.
So Mr. Durella gets mad. So what?
Now, Johnny, don't argue with him. Danny sent him. Now, what's Doris doing here?
Why, Max, I just thought I'd do a little bowling.
Nice shot, Mr. Durella. Johnny, this is Danny's friend, Mr. Durella. That's Doris Jackson.
Last time I saw you, it was Dory Gettle.
Sorry, Gattle. You've got rocks. I've never seen you before in my life. I would have remembered.
Seen Whitey Rosky lately?
The name's Doris Jackson, honey, and I don't know what you're talking about.
She just come along for a ride.
Get rid of her.
Now, you wait just a minute.
Johnny, take it easy, buddy. He knows who fingered you in New Jersey. Play it his way, will you?
Look, mister, you got me mixed up with somebody else.
Wait in the car.
Look, honey, you know me. I'm Doris Jackson. He's got me all wrong. I never even heard of a Dory Gettle. Never even heard the name before.
I said wait in the car.
Okay, if you say so. I gotta go to work anyway. I'll see you later, Judd.
Yeah.
Go wipe some glasses.
Yes, sir.
I need someone with experience.
I've been around. Who else you hired?
No one.
Two men making a bank. How big is this Fort Knox? You know, I work for big stacks.
Let's get that settled right now.
What?
Your price.
It's settled. 2,000 in advance, small bills, no new stuff. 30% of the take.
You come high. You are careful.
Like Max says, I've been in racket 5 years, and I've only done one little 6-month stretch.
I've been in it for 20 years. Only got to do 1 year. Time off for good behavior.
So we're both careful. Now, what's the bank?
Harbor Federal Trust.
Harbor Federal Trust. And you're not hiring anybody else?
No one.
So long. I'll see you, pal.
Sit down until I tell you to go.
Look. You couldn't take that with an army tank and a whole company.
You're right. But you can with one man. A good idea.
One man?
You. Me.
What makes them hand over the money? Hypnotism?
Love. Small town love. And a 5-minute plan. We went to a small cafe and sat until after midnight making out plans. I outlined the scheme from beginning to end. I would go to the vice president of the bank to get the money, while Cabot would keep his wife on ice at the house. Had a 5-minute schedule of phone calls set up to protect us. No more than 5 minutes between each phone call. There was, he'd take care of Mrs. Wilson fast and then beat it. It was a foolproof setup. By the time we broke up, Cabot was higher than a kite. He was already spending the money. This guy went for my idea so big it didn't even slow him down when I gave him the scoop on Whitey Roski and Dory Gettle.
I've never seen you like this before. Does this mean what I think it does?
Well, now, that all depends.
Oh, Johnny, is the job that good?
Better.
I knew it, I knew it. Just think, me, Doris Jackson, right at the top of the heap.
You mean Dory Gettle?
Dory Gettle? Don't be silly. that Fred Dorella's got a screw loose.
Fred Dorella is a smart man.
So, okay, he made a mistake. But look, let's not talk about him. Let's talk about us. I feel like a kid in a candy store. I want everything at once. When is it?
Tomorrow.
What do we do first? Buy the car?
No, I buy a ticket to Los Angeles.
And then we buy the car?
No, then I rent an apartment.
And then we buy the car?
No, then I buy that new electric job with twin speakers.
Nothing for me?
Yeah, I got a present for you.
Oh, Johnny. Money, 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 money. Oh, Johnny, we're going to be loaded. Oh, Johnny. I'm your woman.
No, you're not my woman. You're Whitey Roski's woman.
We met early the next morning across from the Wilson's house. Johnny was right on time. You'd even convince me.
Yeah? Of what?
You're okay. You look like the typical jerk that sell correspondence guitar lessons.
Where's the house?
White one on the corner.
I never saw so much of nothing in my life.
It's only a half a mile from the place you're staying. What's the matter? Didn't you ever leave your room?
For what?
Don't knock it. Or else you're going to find a neighborhood where nothing ever happens. People here live the kind of lives magazine ads talk about.
Hey, who's that?
Mrs. Wilson.
You didn't even look.
I don't have to look. I just checked my watch. 7:35. At 7:35 every morning, Mrs. Wilson comes out for her milk and her newspaper.
Well, now, she may live like a magazine ad, but she don't look like one. She is a mess.
Breakfast. Ken, Bobby. Breakfast is ready.
Hi, Mom.
Hi, Bobby.
Mosh, you promised to make some hot cakes.
Madam Chairman and honored guest.
What's that?
This is a speech I've got to get memorized for our women's club this afternoon.
This afternoon, not this afternoon. You promised to buy me a new baseball uniform.
I'm sorry, Bobby, but I can't do it today. I'll get it for you tomorrow.
But, Mom.
Bobby, our women's club has been waiting 6 months for this speaker. Now, you come on. Take your seat and go down and eat your breakfast. Ken, breakfast is ready. Hurry up. You'll be late. Madam Chairman and honored guests, we have the great good fortune to have with us today a woman who is foremost in a field. I wonder if I should call her a lady.
I know what I'd call her.
Morning. Mush. Oh, no. Not this morning. Make it black, please.
Ken, when I introduce a speaker, should I say woman or lady?
Woman, I guess. Oh.
What's the matter, Pop? Are you sick?
No, darling, your father is hungover again.
What's hungover?
Sick.
Have too much to drink, Pop?
Young man, how would you like to leave the table without your breakfast?
Can I leave the table?
Now, that's a great threat. You eat your breakfast.
Mush.
Why were you out so late last night?
Mr. Johnson, the bank again.
Dad, can you take me to buy a new baseball uniform this afternoon?
Your mother will have to do it, Bobby. I have to work today.
But Mom's busy. She's got to go to the women's club this afternoon, and I just gotta get it today. I just gotta.
Just have to get it today, Bobby.
Have to get it. Anyway, Pop, I just gotta. Tomorrow's the big game.
Bobby, I told you I can't get it for you today, and I can't. That's all there is to it. I can't.
But, Pop.
Your mother's running things here, Bobby. If she says the women's club is more important than her family, then that's the way it has to be.
Well, that's a fine thing to say.
Well, it's true, isn't it?
Of course not. This is an exception.
An exception. You're so wrapped up in other people, you never have any time for Bobby and me. I used to have a wife, but now I'm living with the vice president of the Camellia Gardens Women's Club. Why, if I don't address you as Madam Chairman, I'm not recognized.
Do you think I go to meetings because it's fun?
It sounds incredible, but I do. I certainly do. I think it's the only thing you really enjoy.
And you think that Mr. Johnson would have promoted you to vice president at the bank if I hadn't cultivated Mrs. Johnson at the women's club?
No, of course not. As a matter of fact, you're doing my job so well down at the women's club, I'm wondering why I bother going to work at all anymore.
Well, you can try doing my job at the women's club. You can change places with me any day.
Well, why change places? According to you, you're doing everything.
Running the bank, running the women's club, running everything. I'm just a sixth wheel around here, so you'll pin me off.
Carry on, Mrs. Wilson. Carry on. The floor is yours.
Quiet. I can't hear who it is. What was that again? Oh, sure, she's in. Hold the phone. Speak of the devil.
Mrs. Johnson.
Her sister, Priscilla Arbach.
Oh, no.
You don't think putting your hand over that now is doing any good?
She probably heard every word. Hello, Priscilla.
Oh, Nancy, is anything wrong? What in the world's all that noise?
Oh, the noise. Oh, it must have been the radio.
That guy in number 19 is 2 minutes late this morning.
You mean everybody around here
I
eats
think
and
I
sleeps by
have an
clock?
idea of what to do with
Exactly.
this.
What a lie.
Some people like it that way.
The same thing every day?
That's our whole plan. Their daily routine, our split-second timing.
I wonder if Miss Priscilla Arbach has mush for breakfast.
No, she probably has chocolates. Keeps a box right by the phone. Dials the phone with one hand, plunks in the chocolates with the other.
The early bird catches the worm, you know. Oh. Nancy, I want you to be prepared for a wonderful compliment. Now take a deep breath. Are you ready? The committee has decided they want your Ken to be president of the PTA this coming year.
You've decided what?
We've decided that we want Ken for... Nancy, can't you hear what I'm saying?
Yes, I hear you. You say you want Ken for president of the PTA?
What?
Oh, no. I don't think it's funny at all. No, I think Ken would make a delightful president.
I want nothing to do with the PTA. As far as I'm concerned, the PTA can go to...
Go where, Pop?
Never mind, Bobby. You, go get dressed for school.
I am dressed.
Oh. Well, then, go brush your teeth.
You know, this should certainly be a step up for Ken in our community. At least that's what Mr. Johnson says.
You've talked to Mr. Johnson?
Of course. And he's very enthusiastic about it. I know Ken won't let us down. You tell him we'll have lots of fun.
Yes, Priscilla, I'll tell him. Mr. Johnson is very enthusiastic, and you'll have just lots of fun.
Mr. Johnson's in on this, too?
So it seems.
Well, that does it.
What time does he usually leave?
8. Sometimes 10 to 8. 6 or 7 times I cased him last month. He never left earlier than 10 to 8. Never later than 8.
Same routine every day. I guess he likes it, huh?
Sure he likes it. He's got a happy home. Just chock full of love.
Nancy, I have something to say to you.
I think maybe we both said enough.
Now, please, Nancy.
Darling, let's not fight. Seems like all we've been doing is fighting lately.
Look, I just want you to sit down there and listen to me for a minute. Now, will you do that?
All right. I'm listening.
Nancy.
Yes.
I can't talk to you like this. Sit over there.
No, I don't think I will. You're much too serious. Besides, I know what you're going to say.
You do?
Darling, I couldn't care less about the PTA or whether you're president of the PTA. As far as I'm concerned, you can tell him to go jump in the lake.
That's not what I wanted to say. Nancy, I want...
My bike plate. Mom, I lost my bike plate. Have you seen it?
Oh, no. Not another one. Don't move.
Nancy.
Oh, Bobby.
Never mind, Mom. I found it.
Now, that's a good place to keep it. I'm sorry, darling. Now, what was it you were saying?
It wasn't important. Some other time.
Well, it is getting late.
Yes, I better get to work.
What'd you like to up the cellar?
Oh, just tell her I'll think it over. This hangover's killing me. Maybe the whole thing will look better tomorrow. Well, I better hurry. It's 10 of 8. Well, I'm a little late.
Hey, haven't you forgotten something?
Have I?
She wants a kiss.
Bobby, what are you doing?
Just studying Dad's technique.
All right, young man, in the house.
Okay, but I don't think I'm going to miss much anyway.
Pretty fresh, isn't he?
He may be right.
You didn't tell me they had no kid. So what if I didn't?
I think I'd like a real goodbye kiss.
Why, sure.
Hey, I hope Bobby's peeking through that window.
In this kind of setup, you tell me everything, mister. I don't want to fool around with no kids. Now, you get rid of them or cut me out. What's with you and kids? I had one getting away one time, and I ain't going to fool around with no kids. All right, now you calm down. You wait until the kid goes to school. So what time does he go? 8:15 on the nose. Every day at the same time? Every day at the same time.
Bye, Nancy.
See what I mean? Love.
See you later.
There's a guy that'll do anything for his wife. We're going to make him do it.
I fixed breakfast for 2 this morning. Orange juice?
Just coffee, please. Thank you.
Figured you wouldn't be eating breakfast at home today.
I'm sorry, honey. It's the hangover. We had a pretty big night last night. Remember?
Last night you said you'd ask Nancy for a divorce this morning. You promised me.
I just couldn't, that's all.
I don't want it this way.
What do I say?
What did you plan on saying last night? You knew it wouldn't be easy.
Easy. Every time I build up to the subject, somebody or something interrupts. It's some gossipy club woman, a bike plate, or a baseball uniform. And when I finally tell her I have something to say to her, she tells me she knows what it is.
And does she?
No. She thought it was something else.
Ken, I didn't want this to happen any more than you did. It has happened. And we're faced with it. go. Now, listen, no one will make fun of your clean trousers, and if they should, you just tell Miss Forbush.
Mom, I don't want to be a snitcher.
Well, I'm getting tired of waiting. A muffler. That's good thinking. Yeah. A perfect house-to-house salesman.
Now, listen, come right home for lunch.
Oh, I forgot I'll need 50 cents for the school plays this afternoon.
I'll give it to you at noon. Aren't they giving it for the parents this time?
Sure, Tuesday night, but you don't want to go, do you?
Why not?
I'm not in it.
I'm sure there are parents who go whose children aren't in it.
Not very many.
Well, I'll ask your daddy if he wants to be one of the not very many.
I'll call you between 10:30 and 11. I'll be waiting.
Off you go.
Well, that's your cue and mine. Right. Don't use that unless you have to. Wait the full 5 minutes. What else?
5 minutes between each phone call. Don't get trigger happy. Everything was going on schedule. Just as I planned.
Good morning, ma'am. I'd like to demonstrate a fine new product.
I'm sorry, I never buy from a door-to-door sales.
But, lady, I'll give you $10 if you guess what I'm selling. I bet you can't guess what I'm selling. $10.
You certainly got a new approach. What's the catch?
No catch, I promise. Go on, guess.
Whatever it is, I won't buy.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Go on, guess.
This is silly. Obviously, you're selling guitars or guitar lessons or music.
You're absolutely right. Here's your $10.
But for what? I can't take this. Here, take it back.
No, I wouldn't think of it. You keep it. Go on. Keep it. But I'll tell you what, you could do me a big favor if you would.
What would you like?
I'd sure like to have a drink of water, ma'am.
Oh, of course. You wait here. I'll go get you one.
Now, let's not scream, Mrs. Wilson. We don't want to disturb nobody, you know.
How did you know my name?
We locked this one, too. You ought to be more careful when you're alone, Emmy. Where's the other phone?
In there.
That's good. I want to see both phones.
What do you want? There's nothing of any value here.
Let me decide that, Mrs. Wilson.
What are you going to do?
We're going to sit down, Mrs. Wilson. We're going to wait.
Must you do that?
Lady, there ain't nothing I have to do.
What are we waiting for? You want to steal something, steal it and go.
We're waiting for a phone call.
Oh, Ken, you'll never have the nerve as long as we're in Camellia Gardens. So let's get out.
Get out of Camellia Gardens?
Let's go to Las Vegas. We needn't even pack our clothes. Just leave. And you could phone Nancy from there.
And what about my job?
Well, we wouldn't have to stay long, just a couple of weeks, and then we could come back on our terms.
Our terms? Why, Mr. Johnson would fire me so fast.
All right, well, let's not come back. Let's forget the bank. Make a complete break with the past. Why should you spend the rest of your life doing things you don't want to do?
What time does the plane leave?
6:15. You mean you'll go? Oh, Ken, I knew you wouldn't let me down.
$1 more. Did you notice how I didn't let her get by with that routine about her husband donating at the office? Gert, I've just got to get home. Well, let's just try Nancy once more. I heard the radio shut off. Oh, my husband will be sore as an owl. Irma, remember the community fund. Well, you go on. I've got to go home. Oh, no. We'll wait till we can both come back together.
All right, lady, answer it. And don't try to pull anything. I'll be listening, lady. Don't you forget it.
Hello?
Mrs. Wilson,
Yes.
your name has been selected for 2 free dance lessons at the Community Garden Dance Studio. Now, our survey shows the couples in your area are not up on the popular new dance scene. We're making this get acquainted offer to start the ballroom. Now, if you will let me know which evening you would like to come in, I'll make an appointment for you. Mrs. Wilson. Hello?
You're catching on real good, lady. Now, come on back and sit down. What all can you give with 5 minutes to live? Hear the tick-tock of the laughing clock. What can you do or say? Maybe you ought to pray. Hey, but you better think positive. You got 5 minutes to live.
Do you want me to just sit here and listen to you sing?
Knit.
Knit? I don't knit.
You don't knit. Why, you disappoint me, Miss Wilson. I thought you was a perfect wife.
Me?
You know, Miss Wilson, this is the first time I ever got this close to a perfect wife. And I've always wondered what one looked like.
Good morning, Miss Meredith.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning, Ken.
Morning, Mr. Johnson.
Sit. I just came in for a little talk. Busy?
Nothing that won't keep.
Good. Now, Ken, before I say anything, I'd like to preface my remarks with a very tired old cliche. It's none of my business, but...
Not the PTA.
No, Miss Ellen Harcourt.
What about Miss Harcourt?
Nice girl. My wife trades with her at Carol's dress shop.
Yes?
You see her quite frequently?
Mr. Johnson, as you said when you came in, it's really none of your business.
The private vices of any bank employee are definitely my business, particularly when they show signs of becoming a public scandal.
Would you consider a divorce a public scandal?
Has it gone that far?
I just asked you a question, Mr. Johnson.
It might. Then again, it might not. But if it has reached that point...
I didn't say it had.
Well, obviously, you will have to make your own decision, Ken. I merely wanted to tell you...
How you feel about it?
No, how the bank feels about it.
Are you an entertainer?
No, Mrs. Wilson, I'm not. I'm a killer. Don't move.
You shot me.
Oh, dead girl.
I was shooting at that vase. You were shooting at me. Cold blood, you stood there and shot me.
If I wanted to shoot you later, you'd be dead.
I'm bleeding.
Little blood never hurt nobody.
Why are you here? We've got no jewels, no furs, nothing. Why are you here?
Hey, what you got under there?
What do you mean?
Look, honey, I ain't married to you. Maybe bank presidents don't mind their women looking like that, but I do. Now, you take all that junk off. Remove the artillery. You wouldn't want to make the front pages looking like that, would you?
What front pages? What are you talking about?
Probably all of them. You know, this is the kind of stuff that sells papers. Now, you finish the job and hurry up, because I ain't got all day. And you ain't got hardly no time at all.
My husband knew what you're doing, he'd kill you.
He'd probably thank me.
You've got a lot of nerve. A common, uncouth criminal to come in my home and tell me how to look. I don't care how I look.
I know you don't. But I do. I like a broad to look sharp.
I'm not a broad.
All of you are.
You're hurting me.
Let me have a look at that. Hey, you know, I got a good eye to shoot like that. That scratch ain't even skin deep.
Take your filthy hands off of me. Get away from me.
Why, Mrs. Wilson? Come on, shoot to me, babe. Lay it in. Come. What's this?
I saved for a year to buy this.
How long did you save for this little dandy? Turnip green. Well, the perfect husband for the perfect wife.
No, please, not that. Please.
Oh, ain't he pretty? It's a bad, bad weapon.
I'll show you how bad it is.
Show me, show me.
Now, look what you went and done.
Damn you!
Help you up, lady? Help you up, huh?
You thief! Oh, go away.
You a regular wildcat, ain't you? But you know something? I always got an ace in the hole.
What are you going to do?
Whatever I want.
Be careful, that gun will go off.
Where's the bedroom? Huh?
Why?
I'm gonna fix you up.
Thanks for waiting for me, Max.
Yeah.
I have an important favor to ask of you.
Sure, Mr. Dorella.
Wait here for me.
Well, I've got things.
When you see me walk out of that bank across the street, call that number. If I don't come out, don't call.
Leave it alone. I like like a messy bed. Where's the closet?
Are you going to lock me in the closet?
Not a chance, lady.
Can I help you, sir?
No. I'm just going to see Mr. Wilson.
Oh, well, that's his secretary over there, Mr.
I know. Thank you. Can I speak with Mr. Wilson?
Who shall I say is calling?
Cinderella. Fred Durrell of New York.
Oh, yes, just a moment, please.
Well, looky here what I found. The skeleton in the closet. Hey, where'd you get this?
That was a joke, my husband's.
When?
Long time ago.
I said when?
About 10 years ago.
That's what I thought. You get this? And you wear that? You know, it's just about time you started wearing his little joke. Put it on.
Put it on?
Right now.
No.
Let me scratch the other cheek.
No, please. Don't. I'll put it on.
Hey, where are you going?
You want me to put it on? That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it on.
No. Not in there. Right here. I ain't had so much fun in a long time. You just never mind, Miss Wilson. I'll do it for you.
No, no.
I'll take the bite out of you.
No, please, please.
What's that racket? What is it?
It's in the kitchen.
Where's the switch? What I push on this darn thing?
If I can't outsmart that two-bit crook, I deserve to be shot. What am I saying?
Get in here right now! Drag yourself out of that bed, Miss Wilson.
You could just make him believe me.
Get in here right now!
Mrs. Wilson.
I changed my mind.
Hey, I guess you gals are all alike when old Johnny steps on your starter, huh?
Yeah, I guess we are. We're all just the same. Big bore.
Who you kidding? This is Christmas, and I just got the nicest package. And ain't you glad I came along?
Yeah, I've just been waiting for you.
You never had it so good, did you?
No.
We're both a couple of wild cats. And This little wildcat is all mine.
Not while you've got that gun on you.
Who you kidding?
Go on, put it on the table.
Uh-uh.
Put it on the table.
Oh, go on, you like it.
You animal! Stop it! Stop it! Get away from me! You gutter snipe! Go on! Go on, kill me! Get it over with! I can't stand any more of you! You hear me? Kill! What's the matter? Haven't you got the nerve? Go on! Kill me! Kill me! Kill me!
I got the nerve, but I'll kill you when I get ready.
Cinderella, you may go in now.
Thank you, miss.
Good morning, Mr. Durella. Have a seat.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson.
Now, how can we be of assistance to you?
I'd like to see you about cashing a rather large bank draft.
All right. $70,000. This is rather large.
Yes. But an okay from one of the bank executives should be sufficient identification.
Oh, certainly, Mr. Durella. I didn't understand. Which one of the bank executives here are you acquainted with?
You, Mr. Wilson.
What?
You, Mr. Wilson. You'll okay it.
Me? Why, I've never seen you before in my life.
Oh, but I've seen you. As a matter of fact, I know you very well. You live at 12 Alden Drive. You have a son, Bobby, 6 years old. Your wife, Nancy, is a big shot in a women's club. Right now, she's at home with a friend of mine.
A friend of yours?
Well, let's say a business associate of mine. That would be a better description.
Mr. Durella, what is this?
Very simple, Mr. Wilson. This is a holdup.
What?
Until you okay that bank draft there, and we cash it together here, your wife is in very serious danger.
You're crazy as a Betsy bug. Enough of that. Shut up. Turn it off.
And you think I'm going to hand over $70,000 in cash, just like that?
I'm sure of it. In fact, I can bank on it.
You won't even get to the front door.
May I suggest you call your home?
All right, answer. If it ain't who I think it is, you hang up. Now, go ahead.
Hello?
Nancy?
Ken. Ken.
Nancy, are you all right? Is there anyone there with you?
She's all right, Wilson, and old Johnny's right here with her.
Nancy, can you hear me? Is he...
That's enough, Mrs. Wilson. Get off the phone.
Ken, I can't.
Now, Mr. Wilson, I'd like to speak to the man in your office, please.
Listen, you. If you...
Put him on, mister.
He wants to speak to you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Hello?
Everything all right?
Just fine. I have 11:20. I'll call you in exactly 5 minutes. Maybe less. That means we're on our way to the vault. You got that? I don't call you within 5 minutes. Go ahead. Convinced, Mr. Wilson?
What are you going to do?
Nothing, if you cooperate. I plan to walk out of this bank with $70,000.
And if I don't cooperate?
My partner is cold-blooded and trigger-happy.
You're bluffing.
Oh, you think so, Mr. Wilson?
I could have the police there in 5 minutes.
They'd be there in 10 minutes, Mr. Wilson, not 5. I know the police protection in Camellia Gardens. It's undermanned. Have one patrol car for every 7 square miles. They'd be there in time to find your wife, not to save her.
Suppose I told you I didn't care what happened to my wife.
Make it short.
Hello?
Oh, Ken, darling, I'm so happy I can hardly believe it's true. I just had to phone you to make sure I'm not dreaming. Say it's true. Say it. Are we really going?
Yes. Yes.
Was that all you have to say?
I'm busy right now. I'll call you back.
But hurry. I'll give you just 5 minutes.
All right.
Who was that?
That was the woman I'm flying to Las Vegas with tonight.
Your girlfriend?
No, my next wife.
Then I'll be doing you a favor.
That's right. You will.
Get up. Get up. All right, answer.
Hello? Nancy? This is Priscilla. Nancy, are you there?
Yes, Priscilla.
Okay, Mr. Wilson. You have 1 minute and 38 seconds. Let's sit here and watch the clock. See who pops first.
Priscilla, I can't talk now.
Don't forget, Nancy, when I want something, I get it.
Bye, Priscilla.
Ain't no alternative. You got 40 seconds to live.
Unless I call, your wife's going to be dead in 35 seconds.
And you'll go to prison.
I'll be a convict. You'll be a murderer.
I'm not murdering anyone.
26 seconds.
But you can't just walk into a house and kill a defenseless woman.
My partner will. 17 seconds. It takes 12 seconds to dial, Mr. Wilson. Make up your mind.
Looks like your time's run out, lady. You're sure taking your time today. All right. I know this is a final stretch. 11:30. Right. When the second hand hits, I hit.
Hello? Oh, yes, Miss Harker. No, I'm sorry. Mr. Wilson just stepped out of his office.
Oh, well, I'm sure he'll be back in a minute. I don't want to miss him, so I'll just hold on if you don't mind.
No, that'll be perfectly all right.
Stacks of thousands, please.
Small denominations, Mr. Wilson. Nothing larger than 100.
I'll count them, Stevens.
Just drop in the briefcase.
I'll need another 20,000.
after I leave the bank, Mr. Wilson.
Yes. Yes, of course.
I still have another minute for that.
Thank you, Stevens.
Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Wilson.
Mr. Wilson. Yes, what is it? Could I speak to you for a minute? Later, Pop, later.
I'll be on my way.
Don't forget to make that call. Now, hold on there. You stop or I'll shoot.
Mr. Wilson, what's going on here? You're helping him escape. What'd you pull me away for, Mr. Wilson? I hadn't cornered.
Oh, Pop. You don't know what you've done.
Now I'm ready, Miss Wilson. Nothing personal. You won't even feel it.
No, please don't.
Let it run. Answer.
Hello?
Nancy, this is Priscilla. I was rather peeved with you a while ago when you...
Hurry up and get rid of that magpie.
...until we settle this PTA matter. Now, I know you've got time to talk, and you're not going to put me off. Nancy, are you listening?
Yes, Priscilla.
I want to know what Ken said, Nancy. In fact, I insist on knowing.
I can't tell you now, Priscilla.
Nancy Wilson, what kind of an answer is that? What did he say?
He wants a few days to think it over.
Think it over? Oh, that's just like a man. Big executives, and they can't even make a simple decision about a simple little organization like the PTA. Well, you get me to tell you tonight. You know how men are always avoiding their civic duty, and this mustn't happen.
I said get rid of her.
I'll try, Priscilla.
Try. You've got to get him to say yes, and tonight.
Priscilla.
I've already talked to Mr. Burgess. You know, the cute little bald one. And he told me he'd be honored to serve under Ken.
I can't talk, Priscilla. I must say goodbye.
No, you don't, Nancy Wilson. We won't leave this to chance, Nancy. We've got to remind Ken.
You better get rid of her now.
To Bobby. That fine, wonderful little chap.
I'll do my best.
Don't you try to put me off. There are lots of other things we ought to discuss. We haven't even finished.
I said hang up.
PTA. That's important, Nancy. Very important. And then there's...
I'm sorry, Priscilla, but...
It is during vacation. They simply must have a place where there's adequate supervision. They
I
need it.
can't talk any longer, Priscilla.
And...
I'll give you one more minute, just in case he was trying to get through.
Not except with no kids, so you get him out of here. Get him out.
Run, Bobby, run fast! Call the police! There's a killer in here, run!
What do you think you're doing?
Don't hurt him, please! Don't hurt him! Don't hurt who, Mom? Bobby! Oh, Bobby! Oh, Bobby!
Where'd you come from, boy? How'd you get in here? Answer me!
Through the den.
Have you got any friends out there, kid?
Bobby, why didn't you go when Mommy asked you to?
I didn't hear you. What's he doing here, Mom?
Why'd you have to come home, boy? You're in there. You're surrounded. Come out with your hands up.
Come out of there. We've got you covered.
Where's that other door?
It's in there.
I'm warning you, this is your last chance.
What are you going to do? Oh, he took Bobby and went out the side door.
You stay here. All right, drop it. Drop your gun. No. No, kid. No, kid. No. Don't die, boy. I'm sorry, boy.
Let go of that boy and come out with your hands up.
You come get me and this kid you killed. Kill the kid.
Get away! Where's Bobby? Tell me where's Bobby!
Here I am, Mom, over here.
Bobby! Bobby! Oh, my baby.
What are you worried about?
What am I? Oh.
Why did I fool him? I just pretended I was shot. Oh.
Son, do you mean you pretended you were dead?
Sure, it was easy, just like on TV.
Well, that's one for the books.
Oh, Bobby, Bobby. Oh.
Nancy, are you all right?
Oh, Ken, yes, we're all right now.
Well, don't try to talk about it now. I want you to listen to me.
Yes.
Listen carefully. Send Bobby over to your sister's, then pack our suitcases. We're going to take a vacation.
Vacation?
Yes, we're going to Las Vegas this evening.
Oh, Ken, you're mad. I could never get packed back to Las Vegas.
Then don't pack anything. We'll buy something there. Darling, I'll be home very soon, and I love you very much.
Oh, darling, I love you, too. Oh, no, go away. Please don't. Oh, Ken, I've got to hang up. I can't talk any longer. He's snapping pictures of me, and I'm wearing that horrible negligee you gave me. Stop it, do you hear? Let me change my clothes.
Nancy, listen to me. Will you go?
Yes, darling, I love you. Come home. Goodbye.
Miss Meredith, did Miss Harcourt call back?
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Wilson. With all the excitement, I forgot. She's waiting on your private line.
Thank you. Helen? Helen, are you there?
I just can't handle all those women by myself. You've got to hang up the phone and help me. Aren't you through yet? Yes. I'm through. Ellen, you're sitting here for 15 minutes. It's not worth it. No man is worth it. That's right, Carol. It isn't worth it.
What's my story? I've got nothing more to say. Well, that's my day in the country. With simple people leading a simple life.
Hey, that's some picture. Wait till Priscilla sees it.
Oh, Ken, I know you're going to find this hard to believe, but you know it was Priscilla and her silly phone call that saved my life today?
I know.
No, darling, you don't know. She phoned just as I was on my last 5 minutes. She must have been sent from heaven.
I asked her to phone.
You asked her? Did you tell her what was going on?
Yes.
Oh, darling. Oh, you should have heard her. What an actress. She was magnificent.
As usual.
Oh.
What's the matter now?
Oh, I just thought of something.
What?
PTA. Ask a favor, do a favor.
Uh-oh. I see what you mean. Well, I guess that old I guess that old girl has got herself a new president.
Not until after our vacation.
That's right. Well, at least I'll be rested up.
Huh? Don't be too sure.
What do you mean?
I brought the negligee.
Hiya. How's it going? Sound coming through all right, Infernal? Thanks. Yeah, I've just done cannibalism. You been getting involved in this Inktober stuff at all? I mean, this is Goretober, but it's same kind of thing.
like to know the reason why you're following me.
Would I need a reason?
You know, I'm beginning to think I might possibly have been mistaken about you. Perhaps it's your leer. It looks so genuine.
It is.
Yes, I can see it is. Well, you'll have to excuse me. I'm going in here and try and lose you. Brace yourself.
Johnson?
Does Johnson have a purple face?
You're a bit early, Bailey.
Am I?
I haven't quite made up my mind.
About what, Mr. Johnson?
Whether to break your neck or merely to fire you.
Well, take lots of time. You're paying for it.
My wife just called me. What's the idea of following her?
That's what she wanted to know.
Your instructions were clear. Go to Portland, where she's lived all her life. She's frightened enough now without having private dicks trailing her around.
Frightened? Why?
Another one came yesterday. Only this time it was addressed to Jane. She read it.
And you figured she was frightened because when she read it, she laughed gaily?
That's right, she did.
Mm-hmm. And then she pointed out that being as your estate planning
Ah,
commissioner
thank you.
and chairman
Yeah,
of the
I'm really
Civic
pleased
Council,
with how this one
something of
turned
a
out.
public figure,
For some
that it
reason, when
was
I
just
thought
a
cannibalism,
That's
I
right.
just thought of
And I
how
believe her,
magpies will eat
because
each
she
other
pointed out something
sometimes.
else, too. A lot
Well,
of my
it's in
old
general,
friends
really.
resent Jane. She's very withdrawn, doesn't like to go out much, or to meet too many people. Some of my friends would be capable of getting plastered and pulling a stunt just like
Well,
that.
it's in the crow family, magpies,
It's a
so
pretty
it's kind of
rugged
accurate.
crowd you run with.
Rugged's a good enough name for some of my friends. I came up the hard way. In fact, that's the trouble. I've led a rough and tumble life. Jane hasn't. I was ready to judge her by my standards. That's probably why I was so quick to hire you when I got that first note. It was easy for me to think that Jane might be in trouble. Too easy. But her reaction to this second note was genuine. Made me realize that Jane wouldn't be capable of doing anything she had to hide. So, I think you can just forget about all this, Bailey.
You forget about it, Mr. Johnson. Your wife's in trouble. You've known her only since she killed more than a year ago. You've been married to her less than 7 months. But what do you really know about her, except that she was a nice, quiet sorority girl at UCLA?
What are you trying to prove?
Nothing much. But people don't spot me when I'm following them, unless they're looking for it. Your wife was looking for it.
Well, that's pretty thin.
Did you know she's got an account in a Westwood bank?
No. She hasn't any money except what I give her.
She came out stuffing a roll of bills in her purse that would keep me for a month.
Did you check on it?
I tried to, but whatever business she was doing, it wasn't done under her own name. Neither Mrs. Ralph Johnson nor Miss Jane Brieger. And she dresses in a way that you can't definitely describe. I think it's deliberate. Look, there's a ticket in here, leaving for Portland at 6 tonight. Do I use it or not?
You think you can use some discretion along with it?
Mm-hmm. Jane Brieger, class of 41. But, we're not supposed to give out information.
Well, all I want is her address, teacher.
10476 Larrabee. Mm-hmm.
Oh, thank you. See you soon.
Carousel down on South Broadway.
You're an angel, Angel.
Very funny. Now tell me where you want to go.
What's the trouble?
Brother, that address hasn't meant anything for 5, 6 years now. It's where they built one of the shipyards.
Well, what about Keller's Carousel, that little club down on South Broadway?
Oh, you're from out of town, huh? Cops closed that joint up a long time ago. It's a tea room now.
Is Keller still around town?
Keller? Look, pal, I just drive a hack. Where do you want to go?
I'll leave that up to you, pal.
You don't want to find Keller.
Beyond $10, I lose interest in him.
Don't let Keller hear you say that. He's a very sensitive guy. Thanks. It's a chip crib, brother. Illegal. Just go up that ramp there and ask for Reno. Tell him Gus brought you.
Thanks.
What can I do for you?
I'm looking for Reno.
You're lost. That's in Nevada.
You a member here? I'm a friend of Reno's.
Oh? Where's your transportation?
Gus brought me down.
Take him up to 3.
Okay, Mr. Reno.
I'll bet you hardly remember me. Thanks, Angel.
Well, thank you.
Hey, if you wanted to find Mr. Keller, how would you go about it?
Well, my way wouldn't help you.
But he is around.
You approve of our layout?
No roulette.
People up this way don't go for roulette. What do you expect to get for your $10, fella?
I see everybody up here works together.
We try to.
I wanted to see Keller about a small matter.
Small matters are my business. What's it about?
A girl. A girl who used to work for him.
What girl might that be?
Keller can't be that hard to see.
The gentleman is right, Reno. He paid $10 for the privilege of talking with me. I'm really flattered.
It'll go on my expense account.
I didn't get your name.
I didn't give it to you.
I'll take it now.
Bailey.
We'll have some privacy. Now, about this girl, Mr. Bailey.
She may have taken a cozier name for your nightclub, but she was born Jane Brieger.
Well, that was a long time ago. What's she done?
Nothing, just missing.
I'm afraid I can't help you.
Well, whatever you know.
She left Portland back in 1941 when I sold the Carousel. She went to Los Angeles with a comic named Buffin.
In 1941? You mean 1946, don't you?
Sorry, I mean 1941. Did you know her?
No, I never met her. Do you know anyone here or in Los Angeles who might have kept in touch with her?
Sorry, no. She was quite something. I tried to brush some dust off her shoulder once, and she accused me of mauling her. If you find her, give her my regards.
Would you have any pictures around?
Maybe. I have a room full of relics from the carousel. Would you like to go through?
Yeah.
Reno, you know the room?
Thanks for letting me take your time, Mr. Keller. I'm sorry I was talking about the wrong girl.
Let's see, what am I watching? I am watching... I'm watching a 1948 film called I Love Trouble. I've just got a playlist of public domain noir films on at the moment. I think I've watched about... Let's see. I've watched 4 so far.
Which one is Buster Buffin?
How'd you pick out Jane Brigi? You told the boss you never met her.
I did say that, didn't I?
Comes the menace again.
Hey, you. You can walk down.
I was thinking of calling a cab from the desk.
They cruise around. You can pick one up.
I think I better call one. I'm afraid of the dark.
We don't like cabs coming to this address. It's a house rule.
Well, thank the boss for this for me.
Shame about the delay on this stream. I'd love to know how to fix that.
What happened?
Is Reno around?
I haven't seen him.
You mind if I use this?
Go right ahead. You seem to be very much at home.
Hotel Willamette? This is Bailey, room 517. Get the houseman up to my room quick, will you? Tell him to take it easy, but hold anybody he finds there. I'll wait.
What happened? Did you fall down the elevator shaft?
I thought maybe you could tell me.
Don't you know?
It was supposed to look like a heist job. He emptied my wallet and put it carefully under my nose. Real subtle.
The boys who work these streets can afford to be casual.
Your man Reno told me I'd find a cab.
He often can. I don't think Reno likes you, but he doesn't go in for petty theft.
Yeah? The room isn't mussed up? All right. Tell him to watch it a while.
I thought you might be looking for something. The hard way.
If I wanted anything from you, I'd get it. And I like the hard way.
Oh, sorry, boss. I thought he'd gone.
He's just leaving.
I just came back to use the phone. I got a nickel left.
You know the way out. Take the stairs.
Rain spots these jackets, doesn't it?
Hey, something holding you up?
Not a thing.
Nothing holding him up either.
That puts us here in Los Angeles 6 years ago instead of a year and a half, as I thought.
Incidentally, I'm being tailed.
Since when?
Since I got back from Portland, or rather since this morning. He picked me up at my apartment.
And I'm probably being followed, too. Can you find out who it is?
Well, I'm pretty sure this is from the Portland end. I'll let him catch up with me the next time, and we'll have a little talk.
And if he doesn't want to catch up?
There are ways of arranging it.
By the way, if this isn't a gag, it ought to be. The Tethro agency says Buffin quit show business and bought himself a meat market or something down at the beach.
Thanks, Bix. I'll follow it up.
I want you to fill in the gap. If she did come down here 6 years ago, I want to know what went on in the 5 years before I met her.
Well, that shouldn't be too tough. Here it is. Buster Buffin's Buffet.
Plenty of seats down front. Always room for one more.
You killed me, Buster. See you later.
Okay, dropping again. Well, what'll it be? Clam chowder or clam chowder?
You got any clam chowder?
Oh, that's special. Cost you extra.
Any coffee?
Natch. You wouldn't be a food inspector, would you?
Put it down. I might be hungry.
You'll find it warmer than an old maid's feet, but not half as clammy.
Buster, this routine's better than the one you had in Portland.
Do I know you?
I hope not.
That crack about Portland was supposed to mean something. What?
A man in Portland died and left a small estate.
What's that to me?
Keller says she came down here with you.
Oh. So you're trying to find Jane.
Yeah.
That was all of 6 years ago, chum. What's your angle on it?
Just legwork. And the expense account is lean and hungry.
What's the information worth?
What's the information? What'll that buy?
Okay. We came down in 41 together. Strictly platonic. She was one of those don't maul me type. She got up a routine with bubble bath or something and hit the nightclub circuit. I caught her act in Long Beach. Pretty corny. That was about 5 years ago. Haven't given her a dime's worth of thought since.
She still looked like that when you saw her last?
Where'd you get this?
Keller.
She dyed her hair. Maybe cut it a little shorter.
What name was she using?
I've been waiting for you to ask that.
Yeah, I thought you were. That's ceiling.
Make it 50 and I'll throw in the name of the club in Long Beach.
40 does it.
Club Zorro, Long Beach Boulevard. She was calling herself Janie Joy.
Club Zorro, Janie Joy. Thank you.
Hey, you owe me 2 bits for the chowder.
The door's open, handsome, but we're closed.
It's hot outside.
I guess you got something there. Mind if I go on with my work?
I'd rather you wouldn't.
Say, what is this?
I'm a guy with questions to ask.
Personal?
One of them. How long you worked around here?
What's it to you?
Not a thing. Were you around when Janie Joy worked here?
Who?
Janie Joy, 1942.
Well, the name is vaguely familiar. What about her?
She may have come into some cash. An estate's trying to locate her.
That's too bad. I mean, it's too bad I can't help you.
Ever hear of a man named Keller?
No, who is he?
Has anybody else been around asking for her?
Not that I know of. Look, Lamb, I'm a busy woman. If you have any more questions, just drop them in the suggestion box on your way out.
Thank you, ma'am. You've helped me more than you know.
Sorry to call you, but I thought you ought to know that a detective named Bailey is looking for your friend, Janie Joy.
Did you ever have the feeling you're being watched and followed?
Not nearly enough. Why, who's playing you for a mouse?
Mrs. Johnson.
Oh, did you talk to her?
No, I'll leave that to my client. You better phone Johnson right now and tell him his wife's downstairs keeping tabs on me in case he's thinking of dropping in.
Gosh, you'd think with her dough she'd hire someone to watch you. Well, people like her that keep people like us out of work.
Hello, Bentha. Thank you for joining me. Let's remove that.
Yeah, Martha. Oh, he thinks he's just too social since he joined the club. The Automobile Club.
Well, come in. Is this love, or were you looking for a detective?
Isn't there any other alternative?
Yes, but I haven't got time for it.
I understand you're looking for someone I know. Janie Joy.
Sit down. Tell me more.
Has something happened to her? She happens to be my sister.
You didn't tell me your name.
My name is Gretchen Brieger. My sister's real name was Jane Brieger.
When did you see her last?
When she first left Portland in 1941.
When did you come down here?
42.
Why didn't you look for her then?
How do you know I didn't?
Because I covered every agency in this town. I asked them all if anybody else had ever been around looking for Janie Joy. The answer was always the same. No.
I see. No, I didn't look for Mr. Bailey because, you see, I happened to know she wasn't in Los Angeles. The last letter received from Jane was from Acapulco, Mexico. I never heard from her again.
When was that?
Just before I left Portland.
Where did you live in Portland, Gretchen?
10476 Larrabee Avenue.
That's quite a memory you've got.
What?
I'm just looking for a cigarette, Miss Shannon. Norma Shannon. 1205 Roxbury. Who sent you up here, Miss,
Mostly been making these up as I go along.
Acute cynicism. I suppose it's an occupational disease, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the people I meet. Who sent you up here?
I'm a model. I just didn't care for the name Gretchen Brieger. I changed it.
I didn't know models changed their names.
The ones named Gretchen Brieger do. You're a highly improbable character, Mr. Bailey. Did someone just dream you up?
You know, you're good. You're very good. I'm surprised they didn't have you plant her in Afghanistan. Why stop at Acapulco?
May I go, please?
How did you know I was looking for her?
I went by my agency this afternoon and saw your card with Janie Joy written across it. Now may I go, please? Well, I wouldn't have missed meeting you for all the world, Mr. Bailey. It's the first time I've gone slumming in years.
You win. You see, in this racket, you learn to suspect the worst of everyone. The few times you're wrong, you have to apologize. I'm apologizing.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
You should. Humble pie gives me hives. Have you got a car?
Not with me, but there's still buses running.
Well, I'm going your way, Gretchen. You can't turn down a ride.
Welcome back, Infernal. Zora.
Don't tell me who lives here. Let me guess.
Too easy. As long as I'm going out to Beverly Hills, I thought I'd change my shirt and eat out that way.
Oh, Bailey, you're about as subtle as a Mickey Finn.
I'm not trying to be. If you're thirsty, you can come up while I change. Or you can wait there.
I think you mean it.
Debating how to shade this dog.
Well, I thought detectives all lived in hall bedroom apartments.
I did, for 10 years.
Where's the scullery?
In there.
Do you have any bitters?
Never touch this stuff.
Debating how solid black I should go with the dog, because I did the magpie's pretty solid.
She's an old flame.
Yeah.
I'm a little sentimental about it.
But then the barbed wire's gonna disappear.
Your phone's ringing.
There's some more scissor blades around.
the corner.
You
forgot that report. I want you to pick it up right away.
You know, there's something wrong with this phone. It sounded just like you said I forgot a report.
The latest one.
Oh. Oh, the one in the size 9 nylons. Yeah. Yeah, I'll do that.
You like my girl?
She's very pretty if you like the type.
You think she's as pretty as your sister?
It's a matter of taste. You know, you still haven't told me what I've been waiting to hear.
Come on, let's get out of here.
But what's happened to Janie? Why are you looking for her?
I just represent a client, Angel. I couldn't tell you that until I had permission.
All I can think when watching films from this time period is how much longer these clothes must have lasted.
And brought me home. And you left your motor running.
Oh, black
You put in a hard
background.
day. I thought you might be hungry.
Interesting.
I am. Perhaps I could whip up some dinner
Okay.
for us. Do you like lamb chops?
I don't think the scissors are in too much danger of disappearing.
All right. Some other time.
It's gonna take a lot of ink, though. I'll double check to see if I've got another pot before I try that. Found my other nibs.
This is a gun in my hand.
Yeah, I've seen one before.
Lay off, Janie Joy. There ain't nothing in it for you but a Chicago overcoat.
Okay. I don't appear to have another
Really?
pot of ink,
Maybe you better count
other
me
than
out.
all of these colours.
We'll do that. Now hold out your hand. I've got something for you.
Blue, purple, green, orange, and red.
Pick it up.
But probably gonna stick to black
You'll find $200
and an accent
in
colour
there
for each.
being smart. Next time we won't be so generous.
Any other jobs you want me to lay off, I'll just
Gouache
let you know.
wouldn't
I might
be a
give you a reduced rate.
bad idea. I've
Now
got...
turn around
I do have these pens,
and start walking.
but... I mean, it's still Inktober if I use the pens, right? Like, because pens count as ink. They're Posca markers, they're paint pens.
This is a gun in my hand.
Well, why didn't you use it?
Would that be nice? He's a cash client.
I didn't get his license number.
No, I was afraid you wouldn't.
Thanks, Bix. 8M2222.
I'll do more scissors and see how far I can get with the dip pen.
Hey! You went off and left that last night. I took out a buck for the trouble of finding you and bringing it back. It's a nice place you got here. What's Caprio got to do with Janie Joe?
I don't know you or what you're talking about.
I gather you won't mind if I talk it over with Caprio.
You ask for trouble, you'll get it. I hired out for that job.
Who hired you?
You know what would happen if I told you?
The guy's tough, huh?
You can say that again.
Whoever's behind you is about as dangerous as a badminton bird. Giving me that $200. That's right out of Aunt Sadie's hope chest. You want to tell me about it?
Get in, quick. I'll talk to you.
Is something the matter?
Yes, I'd like to talk with you. Police business.
Police? I see. Step in, then. Martin is a chauffeur. Beyond his duties as such, I know nothing about him. I give you my word on that.
Fine. Then you won't mind when I bring charges against him.
Oh, yes. I will mind. I'd rather you would not bring charges against Martin. I shall discharge him, of course, if what you say is true. I shall make it worth your while.
Okay. The price is cheap. Just tell me why you want me to drop it.
If I told you, Mr. Bailey, I'm quite certain you wouldn't believe me.
Go ahead and try me.
I mean, it's not even Inktober, it's Goretober. For all I know, people use whatever they want, but...
It really amounts to fear. I happen to believe rather deeply that only the obscure are ever...
I think I'll try and stick with inks as much as I can.
Bailey. Mr. Bailey, my
with
wife.
the dip in inks.
Mr. Bailey has had some
I
difficulty
don't know
with your
why.
chauffeur. What is it, Linnick?
I am sorry, sir, but I can't find Martin.
Excuse me.
What sort of difficulty, Mr. Bailey?
I'm investigating an ex-showgirl named Janie Joy. Martin's working for someone who'd like me to quit.
Tell me, why didn't you report him? Why do you want to talk with us about it?
I know something tougher than that to answer. Why haven't I been thrown out?
I do not know. It is apparent my husband wishes to talk with you. Latin American women respect their husbands' wishes.
I've known one or two that didn't.
Really? That is an interesting observation, Mr. Bailey. Perhaps we should explore it further. Some other time.
Fine. My name's in the book, Stuart G. But now let's talk about Martin.
I like that way of exiting a conversation.
I was in a convent in Rio in 1942.
That's a really interesting topic. We should explore it a different time.
The sweetheart of Martin.
Goodbye.
And harmless enough. Oh, what do you know about her?
Enough to know she isn't.
Why don't you sit down?
Thank you.
May I fix you another drink?
No, thanks. I'm used to neutral spirits. These have a tendency to take sides.
May I ask you a personal question?
Martin will be here presently. Come in.
Yes, sir?
Come in, come in. I'd like to hear your side of the story, Martin.
What story, sir?
You have seen this man before?
Sure. About 10 minutes ago. He asked me who lived here.
You have never seen him before this?
Not that I know of. Of course, he has the sort of face you might not remember. Okay, let him tell it to the law. Doesn't make any difference to me.
Mr. Bailey, when did this happen?
Last night.
Last night, you are sure? Then I know you are mistaken. Martin was here, on duty last night.
Are you willing to tell that story to a police magistrate?
Of course. It happens to be true.
Thanks, Mrs. Caprio. That's all I wanted to know.
Mr. Bailey, what about Martin?
Forget it, Mr. Caprio. I know when I'm late.
You may go, Martin. Felicia, I thought last night was Martin's night off.
No, I changed it a few weeks ago.
Hello?
Hiya, Sherlock.
Just call me Watson. How did you find me?
Easy, Watson. Hey, where you been the last 2 days?
What's on your mind?
I got something for you, but it gives for cash. No small change like $40.
What kind of figures do you think I'll talk?
For what I got? Plenty, brother. Plenty.
You're wasting your time, Buffin. I know where Jane Brieger is and who she is.
You'll kill me, Bailey. If you're smart, you'll come down here now and be ready to talk turkey. Come in. I won't talk. I'll give him a story and get rid of him.
What, sir?
See? He'll come in a second. I won't talk.
I want to report a murder. Buster Buffin's Buffet in Venice.
Your phone's ringing.
I'm wondering why.
My, we're grumpy again.
I'm hungry. I haven't had my 4 pounds of raw beef today.
That's what I called about. I want you to have dinner with me tonight.
Where?
Here, my apartment. Think you can find it again?
That car you hear coming to a screeching stop is me. Open the door.
How do you feel?
Fine. Also curious.
Yes?
We've talked about everything except why you brought me up here.
Now we're going to talk about that. I'd like to know why you're having me followed.
It takes a very special kind of girl to spot the fact she's being followed when it's done right.
And what kind of a girl would that be?
One who peers over her shoulder while she walks.
And that's the kind of a girl you think I am?
Well, remember my occupational disease.
So you still don't believe what I told you about Janie?
If you told me a straight story, why let me worry you?
For one thing, you had me followed. You can't expect me to ignore that. And for another thing, there was last night. You took me to your apartment. We had our drinks. You took me home. No tired line. No phony preliminaries. I like that kind of guy.
I was going to wait for the report on you, but we'll have it out right now instead. You remember that picture you saw on my desk?
Yes.
That was your long-lost sister, Janie. Well, they coached you well. Whatever information I had, you had. But they forgot to show you what she looked like.
But you're wrong. Janie had dark red hair. She must have been wearing a wig in that picture.
What of it? It wouldn't change her that much.
Yes, you're right. It couldn't have changed her that much.
Your phone's ringing.
Hello? It's for you. Excuse me.
Don't say anything, Hazel.
Nothing to say. I just thought I'd go out and get a bite to eat as long as you were with her.
Nothing at all?
Nothing, except that she's being tailed. Guy in the car they haven't taken out of the crate yet.
What?
The one with the wooden sides.
Oh, that's good news. I was afraid you were slipping. Look, after dinner, go see Jenkins of the News and get all the dope you can on John Vega Caprio and his wife.
John Vega Caprio. Right.
didn't study the picture. All I saw was a mass of curls and a rather bare back. The face just didn't seem to register.
Didn't it?
You know, it just hit me. Why you took me to your apartment last night. Just to see the photograph. Oh.
Something like that.
And I thought you wanted to see what kind of a girl I was.
I know what kind of a girl you are.
No, you don't. If that was Janie's picture, I don't blame you, really. But you're all wrong about me.
Maybe. I'd give a lot to be sure.
Why don't you just look at me? You might find your answer.
Not a chance. The longer I look at you, the farther I get from the right answer. As I said once before, you're good.
I suppose you meant that to be nasty. I found it rather nice. Come on, let's go.
You mind telling me where?
To your apartment, of course.
Thanks just the same.
Wrong again, Mr. Bailey. We're going to have another look at that picture.
You're a great housekeeper, Bailey.
You find what you were looking for, Lieutenant?
This is just as we found it. Kind of messy, huh?
I'm sorry, Angel. Someone beat us to it. The picture's gone. I'll take you home.
I don't like to spoil your fun, Bailey, but this won't keep. Sergeant Muller will take you home, miss.
You mind?
No, not at all. Besides, I've always wanted to ride in a police car.
Give Muller a cup of coffee to go with the cake.
You must be working for something hot.
No, Lieutenant Clint, nothing very hot.
What did you have against Buck?
His clam chowder, it was too cold.
We're all through, Bailey. Ruffin made several calls to you, toll calls, so there's a record. An hour after the last call, he shot, and someone who looked just like you was seen leaving his place. Now, if you expect the breaks, forget about being cagey. What are you working on, and what did Buffin have to do with it?
I wish I knew. Somebody else got to him first.
Who are you working for?
Give me time to see my client, will you?
This is murder, Bailey. Your client doesn't count.
I'm afraid he does. He's not the kind of a client you can get over a barrel and stay in business. The DA knows it. If the DA says talk, I'll talk.
You talk to me or a grand jury. I don't get my orders from the DA's office. You leaving?
I'm going to check my office. I don't think the boys found what they were. You want to come along?
What were they after?
Let's go find out.
Were you ever mixed up in a murder before? I'll let you in on something. To the Bunko Squad or the Vice Squad, that license of yours may mean something. To the Homicide Bureau, it's just a scrap of paper.
A pretty expensive scrap of paper.
Well, I'll take that back. The license does carry certain obligations. Why didn't you report the body?
Well, how did you find it?
Well, you know that call was no report.
Anything else on your mind?
If there was, you wouldn't be walking out that door.
I got it all down, Lieutenant.
Well, that's dandy. Now tear it up.
Let's talk.
Who are you?
I'm a guy who wants to talk. I'm lonely.
I gotta get out of here.
I wouldn't do that. Your friend upstairs might see it. Let's go up and join him. Maybe he's lonely, too.
I might put some red in the background.
Hey.
Got plenty of
Sure.
that.
Elevator doors make noise. Come on, we'll walk down. I'm going in behind you, Jughead. Do whatever you think is smart.
Herb, it's me, Sharpie. Come on, open up.
I'm all ears. What's the paper chase about? Get started. We got a long night. After we talk, we clean the place up. Maybe you'd rather tell it to the cops. What is it about me you guys aren't afraid of? When you get to know me, I'm a very odious character.
Me too, Bailey. Girl once told me I was the most odious guy she ever met. Can you imagine that? Better just drop the canister on the floor. You shoot Herbie, I shoot you. Where'll that get us? Better just drop it. Car lights were on such a short time, we didn't think it meant anything.
What are we going to do with him, Reno?
We'll take him where we can talk. Won't we, Herb?
He won't be any trouble.
Pretty smart trick getting onto the wrong floor. Look, Herbie, the guy's coming, too.
I told you he would. Thanks for putting me to bed. I've been sick.
Lock the door, Sharpie. He wants to put in some overtime. You awake? You okay now? Where is she?
I wouldn't know. She's a missing person. That's why the guy hired me.
You're a bad liar, Toots. This picture's got no name on it, but you picked it out of 10 others. Where is she?
I saw a picture before I went up to Portland.
I don't like that word.
Fair enough. We'll settle for the name of your client. Don't be a hero, Bailey. You're going to tell us now or later. Why don't you tell us now and save yourself some teeth?
I'll talk to my client tomorrow. Maybe he'll see it your way.
Quit stalling, sweetheart. Let's have it. I've been waiting for you to try that. What took you so long? Come on, talk to me. Talk to me.
Okay. Okay. But I don't get it. Now, why is Keller looking for her now? Why didn't he look for her 6 years ago? She'd have been easy enough to find.
Are you gonna talk, or shall I watch you around some more?
All right. I'll make a deal. You tell me why he's looking for her, and I'll tell you who hired me.
Okay. Who hired you?
Why is he looking for her?
You see, boys, the guy's a fanatic. He won't talk to me.
Take it easy, Reno. You're trying to kill him? He's got to be in condition to talk.
The guy's a fanatic. You can't do nothing with fanatics. Fanatics won't talk. Put him on the bed.
Why don't we tie him up?
What do you suggest we tie him with?
Have we got any rope?
Guys, get out of ropes. Get Gracie up here. She'll give him a bromide. Tell her the guy thinks he's tough. You asked for this, chum. You give us the slip every time we try to follow you. You never carry anything in your pockets or anywhere else, for that matter, that'll tell us anything we want to know. And we'll just have to get it the hard way.
There he is, Gracie. Pretty, huh?
Is he out?
Like a string of Christmas lights.
Well, can't give him all this then. Might kill him. I'll give him half.
That'll keep him out for the rest of the night. Probably for a week.
He has to talk to someone in the morning.
Don't worry about waking him up. I've got something for that, too.
How soon does it work?
Well, if he was wide awake, anywhere from 30 seconds to 2 minutes.
Swell. Let's get some chow.
You stay here with him.
I'm just going downstairs to rustle some food.
If he starts to turn blue, call me.
Come on, Herb.
Hey, what about me?
You heard what she said. Stay here.
But Reno.
All right, but be back here in 10 minutes and lock him in just in case.
This is one angry puppy.
Good morning.
Say, what's happened to you? Are you the drunk they told me was sleeping it off upstairs?
Yeah, that's me.
I must have been hearing things. I thought they said it was a gal.
When I drink, my voice gets high. It's a nice place you got here. What's it called again?
Just 733. They don't have names for places like this.
That's what you think. Just coffee, Millie.
My name ain't Millie. Millie got fired. My name's Fanny.
Fanny, would you remember...
I hate people that call me that.
But you just said your name
My
was...
friends call me Jackie.
Well, Jackie, would you
I
remember...
said my friends call me Jackie. To you, I'm Miss Phipps.
Your name is Phipps.
Certainly. You know, you ought to learn how to get along with people. I see somebody socked you.
Miss Phipps, you're what I would call an observant woman.
Thanks.
I'll bet you remember a woman who came in here last Monday morning. She sat at the table by the door watching people come into the building.
How much do you bet?
5?
You lose. I don't remember. Hello, Steve.
You're a sight for sore eyes.
Well, you're a sight, period.
Betty, would you remember a woman spending a lot of time at this table the other morning? She was dressed in black and kept watching the entrance.
Sure. She bought a 10-cent cup of coffee, gave me $1 tip. She should come in more often.
Was she here long?
She must have been here for 2 hours, till a funny little man came in and they went away together.
A funny-looking little bald man?
Yes. What's this for?
You wouldn't understand.
Where have you been? They searched the whole office. What happened?
And after all the money you spent on those jiu-jitsu lessons,
Get Johnson on the phone, will you?
how'd you like to have him in person?
Now, call this number. Ask for Keller. If that doesn't work, tell him you want Reno. And tell him it's important.
Where in the... What's the matter with your face?
You're just the man I wanted to see, Mr. Johnson. You've got to get your wife up here.
My wife? Why?
Because I'm dancing on a hot griddle, and she's going to get me off.
What's Jane got to do with it?
Everything. I think I know the answers now. I'll find it when I see Keller. One of the answers is that your wife killed Buster Buffin.
You're crazy. What right have you got to... What have you found out about her?
Practically nothing. Jane Brieger came down here in 1941 and sets herself up as Janie Joy, bubble dancer. But she's scared stiff. There's something riding her. Something terrifying enough to drive her to kill.
Get to the point.
When I first talked to Buffin, it was a 40-buck job. Then he sees your wife, and inflation sets in. He wants big money.
How do you know he saw Jane?
Because he was a cagey little guy. Something I said or did led him to think there was more than 40 bucks to be had from me. So he followed me when I left this place last Monday. He ran into your wife downstairs. I just checked on that.
And if Jane did kill him, what do you do?
Throw her to the cops. I can't dummy up on murder, even with you for a client.
Bailey, listen. You can't sell her out. If she did do it, you've got to give me time to get her a lawyer, to get a defense.
You mean an alibi? Uh-uh. My neck's in that noose now, and I wasn't paid to stand in for murder. If you want to help her, get her down here.
You haven't proved a thing, Bailey. But Jane's gone. I drove home to take her to lunch. Her car was missing. A couple of bags and some clothes.
Well, that does it. It's out of my hands from now on. It's a police show from here on in. Homicide. Is Lieutenant Quint around? Tell him I've got some information for him. Bailey. Yeah.
Well, this is his girlfriend, Maisie. He'll be awful sore if you don't get hold of him. Oh, is that so? I throw angles, they toss back curves. They never heard of Keller or Reno.
Did he say anything?
He just gave me that chip and said he wanted to see you. He looked mean.
All right, Eunice. Bring him out.
Thanks for seeing me, Miss Nestor.
Please excuse my appearance. I was sunbathing.
Don't let me interrupt.
Sit down.
Thanks.
Your name isn't really Kilroy, is it? How much is it going to cost to keep my being out there quiet? I can't pay you very much. At least, not at one time.
How much can you float this trip?
$1,000?
In cash. Honey, who lets you play house out here all by yourself?
Then you aren't here to blackmail me.
No, baby, but I should. Just to teach you a lesson.
You really thought I had the grand, didn't you?
Was it fun?
You got out of character too soon.
What if I didn't like it when the sweet note turned sour?
This was for when I got bored with you. Now tell me how in blazes you got into that room.
Who owns the joint?
You still haven't told me how you got in there.
3 goons took me up. A jug-eared character named Sharpie, another named Herb, and a gorilla named Reno.
I've seen him around. Turned up a couple days ago.
Who turned them up?
I wouldn't know. I thought they just crawled out from under a rock.
But a man named Keller turned the rock over, right?
Let's get to the business at hand. Why did you want to see me?
I've got to talk to Keller. Now, I figured if you were important enough to take over a bedroom whenever you needed it, you might arrange it for me.
I'll give you the phone number. You can call the place yourself.
I tried that. They never heard of him.
And that seems to be that, doesn't it?
You know, I've been sitting here trying to think of a persuader for you, a way to get to you. But you seem to have everything you need.
I wouldn't be too sure of that.
Well, thanks for your time, Irene.
The name's Boots. Where are you going?
733, I think they call it.
Didn't you get enough the first time?
That's one reason I'm going back.
I like a fighter.
Not me, baby. Soft hands.
Well, maybe I just like you. You didn't want my $1,000. I'm going out there at 7:30 tonight. Maybe I can put in a word for you.
Okay, if I think of a word, I'll let you know. And while you're at it, you might tell Keller to be at my apartment at 8 o'clock tonight.
Not that I know anyone named Keller. Where is your apartment?
His boys know the way.
You better give me the address anyway. Just in case of an emergency.
Remember, 8 o'clock.
An idea of what to do with this.
Your lock is
A
sprung.
little something
just
called
noticed.
fumage.
Who cleaned the place up? You?
Uh-huh. I tried to get you to her office today. Bailey, what?
I'll get to that in just a second.
What happened? Was she married?
No, but she wanted to be. What's on your mind?
Several things. Last night, I somehow got the feeling that you had decided to trust me. Silly, wasn't it?
I don't know.
But you're still having me followed. Why?
He's not my man, Angel. And don't worry about him. It's me they're interested in.
You are in trouble, aren't you?
Well, right now, it doesn't seem very important. What were the other things?
My sister, of course. I'd still like to know what's happened to her.
All my instincts tell me there's something phony about you. All except one.
Let's talk about that one.
You did a nice job. Very thorough.
Don't change the subject.
You know what I'm thinking?
What?
That it wasn't a coincidence.
What wasn't a coincidence?
My having dinner with you while my apartment was being rifled.
What do you mean?
In this cleanup job, did you find what you were after?
Oh, that really does it.
Give me a good reason why you came up here and I'll take it all back.
I told you Janie wrote me from Acapulco. I found the letter.
Where's the envelope?
Let me go.
Listen, I've been burned before. I've been given a high-class hotfoot with a gold-plated lighter. Either you're phony or most of my facts are. I'm still trying to find out which.
Believe me, it doesn't matter. Not even a little bit.
That's just the trouble. It does matter. More than I'd like to admit. But don't ask me why.
If you want me to go away, say so. My hands have tender knuckles.
Is it important?
All things are relative. I can't answer that. It arrived special delivery.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Things are going to be happening around here. I don't want you mixed up in it.
What things?
I'm being framed, Angel. Now you know as much as I do.
When will I see you?
I'll call you.
But I...
When did this arrive?
About a half hour ago. That's the office gun, isn't it?
Yeah, one shot fired.
Is there anything I can do?
Yeah, take the gun and the box it came in over to my lawyer. Tell him to call me every 2 hours here and at the office until I tell him I'm in the clear.
What if he can't get you when he tries to call you?
He'll know.
Someone downtown was having a joke, said you had some information for me.
Let's try that entrance again. You knock and I'll open the door.
The information wouldn't be about a Mrs. Ralph Johnson, would it, Bailey?
Why? What about Mrs. Ralph Johnson? What about her?
Answer your phone.
Not enough Ash content.
Hello?
Is this my pigeon?
Trace it, Mother, next door. What can I do for you?
I want to thank you for leading us to Janie Joy. It's been quite a hunt. Only get her out of the water. We don't like her in the water.
Sure. We'll get her out of the water. Where?
Under the pier at Malibu. I wouldn't want for the tide to get her.
Mrs. Johnson is my client's wife. What about her?
You can't trace a call if you let them hang up.
She's dead, Bailey. Body found on the beach about a half hour ago. You're going down with us.
Mind if I take my own car?
Not if you don't mind my riding
Going on
with
a
you.
trip.
Bailey, been hunting rabbits lately?
Let's see that.
Let's go.
Know her?
It's the right party, Mrs. Ralph Johnson. But I can't say I know her.
How long's she been dead, Doc?
You tell me, Lieutenant.
Something for you, Chief. Found it up here, just about the spot she was tossed from.
Well, what do you know? What's your middle name, Bailey? George?
It begins with G, Quinn. I'll save you some trouble. It's my pen.
Have you any idea what caliber gun she was killed with?
That one I can't answer. 32.
I can save you some trouble there, too, Quinn. She was probably killed with that gun. It was sent back to me this afternoon by parcel post.
It's too bad you didn't send yourself the pen, too.
You any idea why I killed her?
Give me time.
She had a bank book in her purse, Lieutenant. An account in Westwood under a phony name. She closed it out 2 days ago. Almost 40,000 bucks.
That'll do for motive. Muller, take him downtown and throw the key away.
What about the car? Aren't you coming?
No, take his car. I'm tired. I'm going home. I work an 8-hour shift, and I've done 12 already.
Well, why lock me up? I'll be at headquarters in the morning. Can't you smell a frame up when it's hanging under your nose?
Not when you're the man who's hanging it there. Go on, Muller, get going.
Let's go, Bailey. You drive, and don't get cute.
Why don't you what?
Need any help?
Hey.
What gives?
Where's Liverlip taking you?
I think it's a case of kidnapping. Claims he's a cop, but I don't believe it.
In California, that's a very serious offense.
Yeah. You two ought to keep that in mind.
I think he's right, Hazel. We ought to be sure. You take him down to headquarters. If he's a cop, okay. If he isn't, you can prefer charges.
I can identify... So you got my wallet, too, eh?
Oh, please. No, not that one. Come on out. Come on, like a good boy.
I think it ought to take you about an hour to get him down there, don't you?
The car's in very bad shape. I'll see what I can do. Come on, you drive.
I want to help if I can.
Thanks, Angel. All I can use now is luck.
That was close.
Okay, Angel, you got a pin?
Uh-huh.
Park across the street. If the cops start pouring in that door, stick the pin in your horn and let it blast.
Light mine, too.
You got an aspirin on you?
That is not very flattering.
No offense, Mrs. Caprio. I had the headache before I saw you.
Sit down.
Where's Martin? In the closet?
Martin is my chauffeur. Nothing else.
He's no chauffeur, Pet. Is that the only way you could pay him blackmail, by giving him a job?
Blackmail?
Mm-hmm. Shall we go into whatever it is you're afraid of, beautiful? Or shall we have ourselves some gay repartee first?
I am afraid of nothing. I am only terribly curious about something. You see, I know Janie Joy.
Just drop your ashes on the floor. There's a girl comes in once a month.
Perhaps you do not know she spent some time in Brazil. We may be able to help each other.
Well, let's start with what it's going to cost me. How?
Ugh. Let me just figure out my camera.
Yeah? Bailey, I've just been notified that Jane...
Yeah, it did start to take a little.
Dead. Murdered.
Yeah,
I'm holding you accountable, Bailey. You've bungled, disobeyed orders. You've stirred up...
Now, let's take it easy.
You'll never work again, Bailey. Not in this town.
All right, have it your way. I'm glad you called. I got a letter from your wife today. I wanted to check with you before I opened it.
A letter? From Jane?
Yeah.
It's public property now, Bailey. The police will open it, not you or I. Have you got that straight?
Yeah. I'm glad you see it that way. Be patient, Angel. We can start needling each other again in a second.
I haven't got my preferred tool for cleaning this up. But I do love a bit of fumage when I'm feeling itchy. And that's what this month is all about. It's all about being itchy, so...
Where were we? Oh, yeah, in Brazil. What was she doing down there?
She was an entertainer.
What's she hiding from?
I do not know. Why are you looking for her?
I'm not sure I know.
You know, it is really asking very little, and I think I could make it worth your while. Tell me, please.
Okay, gorgeous. We'll get together on it. But there's no hurry about it, is there?
Okay. Thank you.
I hate to be mauled.
Hey, Janie. Okay, you can go now. I had to be sure you were Jane Brieger before you got out that door.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that you're Janie Joy, bubble dancer. The same girl whose name was Jane Brieger when she left Portland 6 years ago with Buster Buffin.
What does my aversion to being mauled have to do with Janie Joy?
Everything, Janie. It's the one thing they all remembered about you.
You are not making sense.
Maybe you'd better
Oh,
go. There might be some unpleasantness around here in a minute.
No,
Your old friend Keller is
I
due.
spilled
You are
the
wrong.
ink.
I do not know anyone named Keller.
Well.
Come in.
Perhaps I should have called you out first.
Womp.
Where are Reno and the boys? Out in the
Cough.
corridor?
I came alone. Do you want me to wait outside?
No, come on in. I want you to meet an old friend.
Why, Janie. It's been a long time.
Believe me, not half long enough.
It's been good to you. Time, I mean. You blossom.
It appears you haven't changed a bit.
Oh, I'm sorry. Stuart,
Yeah, I will clean it up,
So
but
it
no,
was
I'm
you who
doing
hired
this
it.
at the
If I
moment,
wanted to be
so...
found, if I'd wanted to see you, I'd have... wrong. I had nothing to do with it. Well,
I am sorry, ladies. You'll have to excuse me. I haven't all night. I thought you had some business to transact.
What was it, cops?
No, it was a man in a chauffeur's uniform. He started to come in the apartment, and when he saw this man, he hid. Then I saw him sneaking in the back way.
Martin's getting nervous. What are his plans?
I don't know. He's been gone all day. He's nearly crazy because of the way he handled this.
Leave it. You're not really smart. You're just lucky. Come on in.
This place is getting a little bit crowded for our conference, isn't it, Bailey?
Do we need privacy?
Not at all. Tell me where she is and I'll go.
Who is she, Keller?
I ask you where she is. If there is a price on the information, name it.
You worked with her at the Carousel. How well did you know her?
What has she got to do with us?
She was using your name. She was on the run, needed a place to hide.
You mean you weren't looking for me at all?
Who is she?
Ellen Ellsworth. She married him. She's his wife.
And then one day, about a year ago, she ran out on you. Tell me something, Keller. Is it your wife you want or your 40 grand?
I'll settle for the 40 grand. Where is she?
Dead. Murdered. Sometime this afternoon.
Who killed her, Billy?
I thought maybe you did.
That's what I thought you thought. Are the cops outside?
If they are, they're looking for me. What's the next step, Keller?
Portland. My plane leaves in an hour.
I thought you were after your 40 grand.
That's what I wanted to believe. But it seems what I really wanted was to have my wife back. What do you think of that?
I'm having a rough time believing it.
Night, night, Chelsea.
You didn't know her. She was... Well, she had a way of making a twisted guy like me believe in things again.
Very touching little scene, but I'm going home now. Come, Martin.
I've got a couple of nasty questions to ask first. Does your husband know about you?
No. And he mustn't ever. That's why I didn't keep in touch with my sister. That's why I sent Martin to pay you off the way I've been paying off that girl at the Club Zorro. So my husband wouldn't find out.
Maybe he knows more than you think. There's nothing you and your husband would like better than to have Janie Joy dead and buried. On the Los Angeles police records, this woman was born Jane Brieger, alias Janie Joy. And now she's dead.
I didn't know she was using my name. It's a little far-fetched.
Murder's far-fetched, too, Janie. But the killer went out of his way to call and tell me Janie Joy was dead. Now, why do you suppose he did that, when the dead woman wasn't Janie Joy?
Find yourself a fall guy somewhere else, chum. We're leaving.
Just a minute.
Killed my wife. The police just told me, and I'm going to kill you.
Take it easy, Johnson. I didn't kill your wife.
I was trying to arrest you. That's my story. You resisted,
Well,
and I shot you.
them's the breaks. Those are the risks you take with Image.
Get over there. Go on.
It's okay. I'll just have
Killed
to
my
work
wife
with
for
it.
a few $1,000 dirty. No jury on earth will convict me for shooting.
They'll do more than convict you, Johnston. I've already got a pretty good case that you killed your wife.
You're smart, Bailey. In front of witnesses, you accuse me of murder. Now I don't dare pull this trigger. Let's call in the police.
I'm afraid that won't help. But this might.
If that's Jane's letter, that's for the police to open.
It's addressed to me. Not that I expect much from it.
Don't look at that.
I wouldn't do that, Johnson.
You've got a gun, brother. Use it. That gun in his hand is mine, and it isn't loaded.
He's kidding you, Johnson.
I'll take that letter now, Bailey. Get over there.
I just used it as bait to bring you up here, Johnson. I knew a letter from your wife would get you on the prowl for sure. You see, you outsmarted yourself when you made that phone call. Get Janie Joy out from under the pier. The police were here when you made it. And that was the killer talking, Johnson. That was you trying to establish your wife had been killed by somebody out of her dusty past. It was a good idea, except for one thing. It wasn't Janie Joy under the pier. You get that, Johnson? Your wife wasn't Janie Joy. And everyone in this rat race knew that, except you and me.
What are you talking about?
I told you it took a real name to get into a university, but it doesn't have to be your own. Your wife took a real name, the name of her friend, Jane Brieger.
And that's your case?
Only part of it. The gun in your hand's another part, and that box my gun came back in. The printing's the same as on those phony blackmail notes. See, why did you write those notes, Johnson? To scare her into admitting something? Well, you forced her into the open where she had to kill. Only because of you.
All right, Bailey. I wrote the note.
Well, that's better. But we're coming near the truth now, aren't we?
But
But I didn't kill her. I was crazy about her.
Maybe you were crazy about her 40,000. Yeah, and you got her money, Johnson. But that isn't really why you killed her. You killed her because you were crazy about her. She had a way of making a twisted guy like you believe in things again. Isn't that right, Johnson? And she loved you. You thought, until the truth came out. Until you found she was dirtier than any of the dirty characters you fought your way up with. You found out she was a liar and a thief. And now you know she was a bigamist. But worse than that...
Wow, this dog really looks like it's in pain now.
You were a hideout.
God.
That's all you ever meant to her.
I feel like a bad
she
person.
was playing you for a sucker. And you let her crawl right into your heart. And then she cut the heart right out of you.
Stop it! Turn around, all of you.
No, use your head, Johnson. You're licked. But your wife was a killer, too. No jury will be too hard on you if you stop there.
Go on, you can die talking if you want to. She did. Still talking, still lying. Turn around. Turn around.
You certainly took your time about getting here.
I've been here. You didn't have a case until a few seconds ago. Thanks. Let's go, Johnson. We're paying a visit to an old friend of yours, the district attorney.
You know, I'm the kind of a guy who can admit he's been a dope.
And I'm the kind of a gal that can go for a dope like you.
Hey, I just saw Quint with your client on a short leash. What gives?
Murder.
Him? You mean we lose money on the case?
Well, just so it won't be a total loss.
Well. I didn't think there'd be a line.
I've got news for you, dear. This is the end of the line.
Oh, no. No, no. I think it's bedtime. I'm rage quitting this drawing for the moment because I've burned my own dog's eyes out. That's the spirit of Goretober. I spilled the rest of my black ink and I set a dog on fire. Okay. I'll continue with this one, probably. Just not right now. And we got that one, which I'm pretty happy with. Oh. Okay. Nighty night.